Welcome to the May 13th, 2025 County Board recessed meeting. I'm Board Chair Takis Kalandonis with Vice Chair DeFerranti and members Susan Cunningham, Maureen Coffey, and Julius J.D. Spain Sr. We are also joined today by the county manager. Oh no, we're not joined yet for the county manager. I want to state for the record that Board Member DeFerranti is joining us remotely today from his home in Arlington, Virginia, due to a temporary medical condition preventing his in-person attendance. We will begin today's meeting with our closed session, to be followed not earlier than 30 p.m. by our usual appointments, recognitions, proclamations, and reports from the board. Items pulled from the consent agenda, of which there are none, as well regular hearing items, of which there is one, will begin no earlier than 6 p.m. So to begin with our closed session, I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711.A.3 and 8 for the following purposes: discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for public purpose, where such discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and consultation with the county attorney regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice, particularly regarding the interpretation of certain provisions of the zoning ordinance, the interpretation of agreements to which the county is a party, First Amendment issues, and the legal impact of certain federal decisions. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Mr. Spain. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
DeFerranti, how do you vote? You vote aye. The
yes.
motion passed unanimously. We are in closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is so nice to see so many people here, and for so many good reasons. That's absolutely heartwarming for us. Welcome to County Board certify that the just concluded closed session on, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and secondly, only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by my colleague, Ms. Cunningham. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Carantonis.
Yes?
Mr. DeFranti?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Spain Sr.?
Yes.
So this motion passes unanimously. Just for everybody to know, our colleague, Vice Chair DeFranti, is remotely attending this meeting today because of a medical condition today that impeded his participation at the meeting. We said that at the beginning of the meeting at 1:30. So to move on, the second thing on the agenda this evening is we are going to do appointments, awards, recognitions, proclamations, and reports, and we will begin with advisory group appointments. So I move the following appointments. This motion doesn't need a second. So to the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, to appoint Catherine Thompson for a term ending May 31st, 2027, and to appoint Henry Pirillo for a term ending May 31st, 2027. To the Commission on the Status of Women, to reappoint Susan Strauss for a term ending May 31st, 2028. To the Crystal City and Pentagon Cities Council, reappoint Jeffrey Williams for a term ending March 31, 2027. And to appoint Matt Ginnivan for a term ending May 31st, 2027. To the Housing Commission, to reappoint Kellen Macbeth for a term ending May 31st, 2029. To the Human Rights Commission, to designate Jimmy McBurney as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2025. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, to appoint John Mingus for a term ending May 31st, 2026. And to designate Andy Greenwood as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2025. To the Sports Commission, to appoint Joseph Dunn for a term ending May 31st, 2027. And to the Trespass Towing Advisory Board, to reappoint David Kennedy for a term ending April 30, 2028. As I said before, a second on this motion is not required, but I will need a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously, which brings us immediately to recognitions and proclamations. Do we have slides? So, but before we do that, we want to go through a small ritual that we repeat at every meeting now, because it's important. Mr. Clerk. So in recognition to the enormous pressure that federal workers are under right now, and the federal layoffs and all the cascading consequences of them for the federal workers, their families, and for everybody in Arlington, Arlington County is continuing to provide resources and assistance. We have three slides, two slides on federal workers and one slide on our immigrant residents. Here you see the 5 major areas of assistance that we can provide directly: resume assistance, mental health support, food security, housing resources, and health insurance resources. Next slide, please. On May 14th, that's tomorrow, we are hosting Arlington Economic Development, I think is Arlington Employment Center, I apologize. We are hosting a virtual interactive workshop on how to market yourself to employers outside of the federal government. It needs an online registration, And on May 28th, Next Steps Resource Expo for federal employees and contractors from 12:30 to 5:30 p.m. at the George Mason University. Over 40 employers and service providers will be in attendance to support area job seekers. This is ongoing. Please stay involved and consult the Arlington VA.US website for more information. If you put at the search prompt federal, you will land where these resources are updated continuously. Next slide, please. For our immigrant residents and refugees, we combined in a landing page on our website several useful resources about knowing their rights right now, also food, housing, and eviction resources, resources that have to do with the provision of English classes and citizen classes and scholarships. If you go to arlingtonva.us and you put in the prompt, the search prompt, immigrant, you will land there. And we keep these websites constantly updated, and we add useful pointers all the time. Next slide, please. So, as we get to recognitions and proclamations and the resolutions portion of this recessed meeting, I want to point out something that I found to be extraordinary while prepping the materials of this meeting. Every time we added an item, and we have several today, or discussed how to sequence these slides, it became increasingly clear that today's meeting was a celebration of a spirit of community and spirit of diversity in Arlington. In my opinion, the following portion of the meeting reflects this beautiful, exuberant tapestry of Arlington's values, commitments, and our real civic fabric. On the next item, you will hear about this. It wasn't always the case, unfortunately, but Arlington County has come a long way in becoming an inclusive and welcoming community that we know and love today. As it is all because we live in a community where people speak their mind, speak their truths, care about each other, and are willing to advocate and act, Arlington is a special place because of the generations of all types of people that made it that way. So thank you it is for us always a privilege and a joy to serve this community, but we thank this community for this amazing tapestry of human experience that provides us every day. And with that, I want to go ahead to our first resolution on Queen City. I don't see the slide.
We'll have a staff presentation first.
Okay, yes, I wanted to invite our historic John McNair, Lauren Farris, and William Wallin on the Queen City resolution today. The floor is yours. I think the microphone is not working.
You may need to power it back on. There's a button on the bottom if you press and hold for 3 seconds.
Or maybe we can get the microphone from there.
There we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Ferris, and I am the supervisor of the county's Historic Preservation Program located in the Neighborhood Services Division within Community Planning, Housing, and Development.
And my name is John McNair. I'm the Historic Preservation Specialist for the Historic Preservation Program.
So the Arlington County Historic Preservation Program is responsible for the county's Historic Marker Program. In the summer of 2024, the Historic Preservation Program staff began to work to develop a historic marker to commemorate the Queen City neighborhood. Creating a Queen City historic marker supports our priorities identified in the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan by highlighting cultural heritage and connecting people, stories, and traditions that shape and define Arlington. With that brief introduction to our work, John McNair will speak more to Queen City's history and the development of this historic marker.
Thank you, Lauren. The history of the Queen City community begins in the American Civil War, as men, women, and children made their journey from slavery to freedom, traveling to Arlington for protection from the U.S. military. From here, the Freedmen's Village community was created on grounds of the Arlington estate, formerly the estate of Robert E. Lee, and now within the Arlington National Cemetery. From the 1880s to 1900, the federal government would evict the residents of Freedmen's Village, displacing them once more. The Queen City neighborhood was established in about 1892, with the purchase of land nearby for housing lots and a church, eventually renamed the Mount Olive Baptist Church. Some of the original residents and congregants had lived at or were descended from the Freedmen's Village community. By 1940, Queen City and the area around it, known as East Arlington, was identified in the United States Federal Census as having over 900 residents, with houses, stores, restaurants, a movie theater, a trolley stop, and a fire station, all covering less than 30 acres of land, hemmed in by federal properties on all sides. In 1942, the federal government evicted the residents of Queen City and destroyed the neighborhood to complete road access to the Pentagon. Residents were given little notice, the Arlington County government did not advocate for residents or their property, and the families were displaced again. Eventually, federal trailers were provided for residents, which lacked electricity and running water. These poor living conditions continued for several years. Despite the physical loss of Queen City, its legacy carried on as residents relocated to other Black communities across Arlington, many of which remain today. The Queen City Historic Marker's current text and design was a collaborative effort between historic preservation staff, the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington, the Marker Subcommittee of the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, known as the HALRB, and Mr. William Vollen, the last known living resident of Queen City. In January 2025, the Queen City Historic Marker was approved during a public hearing by the HALRB. The marker focuses on the neighborhood's origins and destruction, the history of displacement that befell the community, and the community's continued survival. County staff has selected a location for the marker along the southeast corner of the intersection of Army-Navy Drive and South Joy Street, due to its proximity to the neighborhood's original boundaries and its high rate of pedestrian traffic.
So the Historic Preservation Program is in the process of coordinating an unveiling event sometime this June for the installation of the Queen City Historic Marker. We will be inviting different community partners that have a connection to Queen City and its neighborhood, and all the public is welcome to join us. But most importantly, the Historic Preservation Program wants to thank all of its partners, county leadership during this process with the development of the historic marker, and a special thank you to Mr. William Vollen, his family and friends for their knowledge about Queen City's history. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Farris and Mr. McNair. Colleagues, I have a resolution prepared to acknowledge the history of the Queen City neighborhood. And as Mr. Vollen educated me, it's not Queen City only, it's East Arlington as a whole, a far bigger area. Before I do that, I would like to speak briefly on this. So after the resolution is read, I would like to invite Mr. William Vollen, who is one of the last living residents, but not the only one, last living residents of Queen City, to have a last word on this topic. Board member, my colleague, Mr. Spain, and I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Vollen last week and hear his story. It was eye-opening and inspiring. Mr. Vollen, it is long overdue, but I would like to formally apologize on behalf of the predecessor of this county board for not doing more to advocate and protect the 900 residents of Queen City when they were displaced from their homes, like you did. And as a matter of fact, I think we know exactly how many they were, 903. And that's, if anybody has visited Met Park, there is a piece of public art by Nakisha Duret that commemorates these 903 people. As this was a predominantly black neighborhood with deep historic roots in pre-Civil War Arlington, marked by slavery, racial injustice, and exploitation, it is only fair that we also extend this apology to our entire black community. Arlington County should have done more to preserve such a rich and vibrant community that was destroyed, and to assist residents with their relocation after they were displaced. Mr. Volin, we are truly sorry for the grief that was caused to you, your family, your neighbors. It was cruel and unconscionable. I would also like to acknowledge that despite the many hardships you faced, as a person, you persisted. You not only went to college, you obtained a master's degree and dedicated your life to educating the next generation, and eventually educating us as well. You became a teacher and then a principal with Arlington Public Schools. For decades, you gave so much back to a community that took so much from you. And so I'm humbled by your story and example. I hope that you will accept our apology. I hope that you know that Arlington has learned from its mistakes and governs today in a very different way. Guided by our 2019 equity resolutions and the value of equity and inclusivity, we ensure that we will never allow again an injustice like the one your community endured again. We're now considering the following questions. We're making policy, capital plans, and budgets and projects. We have always to ask these 4 questions: who benefits, who is burdened, who is missing, and how do we know? And there's also the 5th one that says, and what do we do about it? While this county board cannot change the past, we are committed to building a better future for all, and we thank you for being the voice of Queen City and for helping us in our current endeavor to place a historic marker where the community used to live, to honor them and remember their sacrifices. I will now read the resolution. A resolution of Arlington County Board in acknowledging the history of the Queen City neighborhood. Whereas the Arlington County Board recognizes that the Queen City neighborhood was established in 1892 with a purchase of land for housing lots and a church, eventually renamed Mount Olive Baptist Church. And whereas the original residents and congregants had lived at or were descended from Freedman's Village, a settlement of formerly enslaved people of the Arlington estate who were evicted by the federal government from land later used for Arlington National Cemetery. And whereas over the next 5 decades, the Queen City neighborhood grew to over 900 residents with houses, stores, restaurants, a movie theater, a trolley shop, and a fire station covering less than 30 acres of land. And whereas in 1942, the federal government evicted the residents of Queen City and destroyed the neighborhood to complete road access to the Pentagon, and whereas Arlington County government did not advocate for the neighborhood or its residents and families were again displaced, and whereas over 80 years later, Arlington's Historic Preservation Program collaborated with Mr. William Volin, a living resident of Queen City, the Black Heritage Museum, and the Historic Affairs and Land Bank Review Board to develop a historic marker about the history of Queen City, and therefore be resolved that the Arlington County Board wishes to acknowledge that its predecessors did not fulfill their responsibilities to the 900 residents of Queen City and the upheaval of their lives, and be it further resolved that the Arlington County Board will continue to mend these wrongs that occurred in the past and will look to the future to honor and recognize the contribution of the people, congregations, and businesses of the Queen City neighborhood. This is adopted today, and it's signed by me on behalf of the entire county board. I have this resolution printed. We will, yes, we have to vote it. I just wanted to make sure that we have it. So, colleagues, this requires a vote. The motion is to adopt, and it needs a second.
Second.
And seconded by my colleague, Mr. J.D. Spain, Sr. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Volin, if you want to say a few words, you can. It's not, if you can bring the microphone.
This is not a planned speech, but I want to certainly thank the county board for recognizing what I call an atrocity. When you destroy a neighborhood, I consider it an atrocity when you destroy not only the homes, but you destroy the hopes and dreams and aspirations of so many people. So it's been a long time, and so I want to thank the board for this opportunity. And the chairman came over to my house, and I highly appreciate that. And I also would like to say that eminent domain is in the Fifth Amendment, but if you carefully research it, it is intended to enhance a community. It is intended to enhance a community, not to destroy a community. And that's why I frame this as an atrocity. And I think what the county board is doing certainly has my heartfelt congratulations for what you have done. And to that, I say Godspeed to all of you. And I will be getting, I don't want you to close up the file on Queen City, because I hope the chairman will allow me to get some response to you in reference to, this is for me, for my family is fine, but churches were destroyed. It was Mount Zion, Mount Olive, and the Methodist Church were destroyed. So I hope you give me an opportunity in a couple of weeks to get some response to this, and I'll be getting back to you. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Volin.
Numbers are a little weird this time. The numbers and just balance gets a little weird.
I can try to be taller.
I only looked at one of the 10 cans.
On to something truly outstanding, which is the Bill Thomas Awards. The Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award. We are thrilled to honor the winner of the 2024 Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award. You might recall that at the start of the pandemic, this annual award presentation was pushed to the fall. However, this year we are returning to our tradition back to the spring while we celebrate the 2024 award winner today. We know that the 2025 winner is already making great strides in their volunteer efforts. It's visible here. And to impact our community. The prestigious award is presented by the Parks and Recreation Commission to recognize and encourage residents who demonstrate their passion for our natural resources and public open spaces through volunteerism. and service. This year, we honor the great contributions of the tree stewards of Arlington and Alexandria. We are delighted to have William Way, our Park and Recreation Commission representative, here to recognize the 2024 award winner, right? So thank you for joining us in recognizing the incredible work for our volunteers who tirelessly contribute to the beauty and sustainability of our parks and open spaces. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Chair Karatonis, distinguished members of the board. On behalf of the Park and Recreation Commission, I'd like to present our selectee for the 2024 Bill Thomas Award, the Tree Stewards of Arlington and Alexandria, and to say a few words about how their work benefits Arlington families. Specifically, their work in 3 areas: tree health, citizen science, advocacy, and education. First, on tree health. Since 2001, tree stewards have been dedicated to planting and maintaining trees, as well as educating the public about trees. Last year alone, tree stewards volunteered an impressive 1,718 hours, carrying out essential programs that benefit our community. One of their key initiatives is the Structural Pruning Program, which focuses on young trees. The program ensures that structural stability of trees as they mature. In collaboration with the Arlington County, tree stewards pruned over 3,000 young trees, demonstrating their commitment to long-term tree health. Additionally, tree stewards organized mulching projects across 4 locations in the county. Volunteers spread mulch sourced from the solid waste department, which helped improve soil health. Their efforts in invasive species removal are equally commendable, hosting large work days to leverage volunteers and teach others how to safely and effectively remove invasive plants from county parks and public spaces. All right, that was the first part. Second part, the tree stewards also contribute to citizen science projects that provide valuable data to the county. Using the iTree Canopy application, volunteers analyze tree canopy trends, helping inform county policies. They assisted in a complex survey of the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance, which will be crucial in understanding and improving the county's tree canopy regulations. And third, their advocacy of educational efforts are noteworthy as well. In collaboration with Marymount University, they planted 30 large trees in Fort Bernard Park, a park located in a tree equity area. This project not only enhanced the park, but also educated students about tree planting in the neighborhood. Furthermore, tree stewards worked with county staff and contractors to create a helpful guide on maintaining trees alongside solar panels. So in conclusion, the diverse programming of the tree stewards, which focuses on tree health, citizen science, advocacy, and education, furthers the sustainability of Arlington County, but also fosters community engagement, and provides pathways for families and individuals to take effective action. For these reasons, the Park and Recreation Commission has selected the Tree Stewards of Arlington and Alexandria for the 2024 Bill Thomas Volunteer Award. So please join me in congratulating the Tree Stewards.
Thank you.
Steve, you're going to accept on behalf of the Tree Stewards. So thank you so much.
Okay.
And I think a photo is in order with the Tree Stewards. So please join the board over there.
Thank you so much. Ms. Palmatier, you organized all this, right? We know that. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. On to our next proclamation. We have a slide, I think, on this. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Mr. DeFerranti, I can pass this to you to read if you are able to.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thrilled to get to share this proclamation today in honor of this month. Whereas continued immigration and population growth have resulted in almost 26,630 Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders living in Arlington, constituting more than 10.9% of Arlington's population. And whereas astoundingly diverse within its ranks, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders contribute to the great diversity of this nation of nations that is America and to the diverse and inclusive community of Arlington, preserving the rich legacy of their native cultures while embracing the best values and traditions of the United States of America. And whereas an example of this preservation of native cultures is Arlington's own Little Saigon, a vibrant immigrant community that emerged in Clarendon and after the end of the Vietnam War, sent the first waves of refugees to the United States 50 years ago. And whereas through their multifaceted skills, traditions of hard work, and creative entrepreneurship, Asian American and Pacific Islanders have contributed to the prosperity and economic well-being of Arlington County. And whereas this community has brought with them solid family values and marvelous traditions that strengthen the very fabric of our society. And whereas through their deep respect for education, indefatigable industry, and persistent drive for excellence, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have demonstrated outstanding individual and group achievement in academia, government, and business. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Arlington County and urges all residents, workers, and visitors of the county to observe this occasion by sponsoring and participating in activities that highlight the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to our society and to Arlington County. Signed, Takis Karantonis, our chair. Thank you very much. It's a particular thrill to get to share this with you. I wish I was there in person. But nonetheless, we mark this important month and send it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti, Vice Chair DeFerranti. I have the proclamation here. I think there are several events that will follow, and we will have the opportunity to hand it over to the rightful addressees of this. The next one, Mental Health Awareness Month. We have a slide, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Spain, to read the proclamation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a great pleasure to read this proclamation because I know not only is it Mental Health Awareness Month, but this area is of deep interest to every member on this board, but to our entire community. So I will not read the entire proclamation, but I will have a few remarks here. That May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and this month is dedicated to raising awareness about the importance of mental health and well-being for everyone. We encourage open conversations about mental health to reduce stigma and promote understanding and support. And we aim to provide information on available resources and support systems to help individuals manage their mental health effectively. And so with that, I'm going to read some parts of the proclamation here. Whereas May is National Mental Health Awareness Month, a time to give recognition and pause for individuals experiencing the spectrum of symptoms and disorders related to mental health challenges and mental illness. There's a couple more whereases in here, but I'm going to go down to the now therefore. Now therefore, the Arlington County Board, Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Arlington County and calls upon all residents, schools, businesses, and community organizations to raise awareness, reduce stigma, support mental wellness, and ensure those experiencing mental health challenges know they are not alone and have access to the care and resources that they need. With that being said, we have so many organizations, not only in Arlington, but across this great nation and the Commonwealth that are doing great work. And here today to accept the proclamation from the Arlington County are two organizations. There could be so many others, to include our entire DHS department. I really want to thank our government. But we have NAMI, Northern Virginia. We have the executive director, and we have Rock Recovery, the executive director, Christy. If you both come up with your group, and we will present the proclamations to you. Thank you.
Straight in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Spain, and everybody who works in this area. This is one of the most important public services right now, especially in the pandemic. We figured it all out, how important it is to take good care of the mental health as a public health challenge for everybody. To something that is also going to help your mental health if you do it a lot, and this is cycling. We have a little prop from here from our very own county pool. So this is something that county employees, this is a bicycle that county employees use to go to work and to attend, exactly, this yellow bike. So I'm going to pass, I'm going to ask my colleague Susan Cunningham to read the proclamation, to introduce and read the proclamation.
I thought we might have our deputy clerk do a spin around.
Yes.
I mean, come on, we got to have some fun. All right, all right. So May is Bike Month, and Arlington takes huge pride in our biking network, infrastructure, bikes, pool, and bikers. Last year, we were recognized by the League of American Bicyclists, which you'll hear a little bit more about in the proclamation. And for biking enthusiasts and allies, I'd like to highlight that this week, May 15th, is Bike to Work, bike/row your boat to work. It's going to be a little wet, but that doesn't slow us down. And also the Amazon Armed Forces Cycling Classic is happening May 31st and June 1st. And if you ever wanted to see cool things happening in excess garage space in Arlington, here's your chance. So if you or anyone you know is interested in any bicycling events or resources, you can stop at nationallanding.org Bike Month, which has a full resource of all the goings-on in the community to celebrate Bike Month. So with that, I will highlight our very cool shirts, but I have to get the right one, which is for Bike to Work Day. Everybody gets a red cool shirt, and there's some in the back that have it. So sign up or show up, and you'll get a cool shirt to wear next time. And here's the proclamation. Whereas bicycle commuting is an effective and sustainable means of improving air quality, reducing traffic congestion, and conserving energy, whereas bicycle commuting benefits both employees and employers through better health, mental health and physical, and fitness, and reduced commuting and parking costs, and whereas Arlington County is home to an expansive and cool bicycle network, including some of the region's most popular bicycle trails, and whereas Arlington continues to invest in bicycle safety and infrastructure improvements through Vision Zero, county and regional transportation engineering projects, and whereas Arlington has a growing population of bicyclists of all ages, including many who are actively involved in shaping county, regional, state, and national transportation and community policies, and whereas Arlington is recognized as a gold-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists and continues to strive for improvement, and whereas May 2025 features several national and regional events promoting active transportation, including National Bike and Roll to School Day, which already happened on May 7th, Bike to Work Week from May 12th to 18th, and Bike to Work Day here in Arlington on May 15th. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike Month in Arlington County and urges all residents to support and participate in these and other activities that contribute to the health of the community and the environment. Signed by our chair.
On behalf of everybody. And
Yes.
we will see us around. As you know, there is no such thing as like bad weather. It's only wrong gear. So that's how we do that. Awesome. With the bike. Oh, you're going to do it? Yes. We'll put it up. Here. Happy pedaling. From one of the healthiest activities there are to something that keeps us healthy and alive, which is the awareness against gun violence. It's National Gun Violence Awareness Month. And Mr. Spain, over to you for reading our proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're also doing this proclamation a bit early because National Gun Violence Awareness Day starts on June 6th. But as you all know, the issue of gun violence in America is unfortunately perennial. We all need to do our part to raise awareness and advocate for changes nationwide to systematically address this problem. For those of you who do not know, and this happened last year, the county board partnered with Falls Church to hold its first ever gun buyback event. And we are told that over 130 guns were collected, and volunteers ran out of gift cards to give in exchange for them. So we want to thank our staff and to the volunteers for coordinating such a successful event. And so now I'm going to go forward and read some of the proclamation. Proclamation for National Gun Violence, whereas every day 125 people in the United States are killed by gun violence, and more than 260 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 19,000 gun homicides and 28,000 gun suicides every year. Think about that. That is serious. Whereas people in the United States are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than those in other high-income countries, and Virginia experiences approximately 1,200 gun-related deaths annually, with a rate of 13.6 deaths per 100,000 people, costing the state $14.2 billion each year, including $283.3 million paid by taxpayers. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim Friday, June 6, 2025 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Arlington County and recognizes June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month. We urge all citizens to wear orange. I have a couple orange shirts, support local efforts to prevent gun violence, and honor those whose lives have been forever changed. Signed under the seal of Arlington County, our illustrious chair, the Honorable Takis Karantonis. And before I invite up our folks from Moms Demand Action and a few others, I will share a brief 1-minute story. This, I know, is near and dear to a lot of folks. But for many of you that may not know, I lost a mentee to gun violence. I lost a niece to gun violence not too long ago, a few years ago. It is real. And I don't wish that on anyone, but we have a condition in our society that we really need to do more as a collective to get these guns off the streets and out of the hands of people who don't need them. they do kill, and it traumatizes and it hurts families forever. So with that being said, let me invite up our friends from Moms in Action so we can present this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, absolutely.
A lot more is going on this month. It comes with the spring, right? It's part of the territory. We have several other proclamations that this board has approved. And I will just go through these in a fast-paced way. You see already a couple of them. The first is the Peace Officers Memorial Day. This was the first this is a proclamation that I spoke at the annual ceremony of our law enforcement agencies here earlier this week. In memoriam of the 7 law enforcement officers of Arlington County that gave the ultimate sacrifice on the line of duty. These individuals were Special Officer Louis Franklin Shaw, Detective Russell Clinton Petty, Officer Arthur Korovich, Officer Israel Gonzalez, Officer John Buckley, Officer John Pomeranian Jr., and Corporal Harvey Schnook III. This has happened over several decades of service, but we commemorate the sacrifice of these officers every year so that their memory stays alive and inspires service and all Arlingtonians today. The second celebration is the National Public Works Week, which is from May 18th to 24th. It is the 65th anniversary of the celebration, and we are incredibly thankful to the dedicated public works professionals in Arlington County who are of vital importance to sustain and make our communities resilient, keep them healthy, ensure the high quality of life and the well-being of all people who live in our county. We're really very, very thankful to them day and night over the entire, whether it is winter or summer, whether it is freezing cold or excruciatingly hot. These people, our employees are out and they're working extremely hard. So we are very pleased to recognize their service during this week. And the next one, I believe there is a next slide that speaks about Arlington sister cities. Arlington Sister Cities 20th anniversary. As you know, Arlington has a few sister cities. One of them is the French city of Reims in the Champagne, where the Champagne actually comes from. My colleague, Ms. Coffey, was there to present the proclamation commemorating our sister city relationship, the 20th anniversary of this partnership. And I'm very thankful for her to attending a recent event. Over the past 2 decades, these dynamic partnerships between our cities have led to many activities, such as including middle and high school student and teacher exchanges ongoing, cultural activities like concerts and book talks, and commemoration of global events like World War I and very recently World War II. We just celebrated the 80th anniversary of the end of this murderous war. With that, we will move into one additional resolution. I'm very, very pleased to pass that to my colleague Maureen Coffey on World Pride LGBTQIA+ resolution that we have today to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all those in our audience today who are here to show their support. Next up on our agenda is a resolution in support of the LGBTQIA plus community, as well as World Pride, which DC has the honor of hosting this year. We know that Pride Month does normally begin in June for Arlington, but World Pride starts on Friday. And we wanted to make sure that we recognized such an important occasion before it started. And we also felt that it was incredibly important to make a firm statement of our values as a community. Given everything that's going on in our world today, I think that the text of this resolution may not be shocking or surprising to anyone, but I think it does matter to have something that is passed by this body in an affirmative way to really reiterate what it is that Arlington stands for and what it is that Arlington can control as far as supporting our LGBTQIA plus community. And so I'm grateful to my colleagues as partners and collaborators, the manager and his staff, I know, who put a lot of work in supporting this, and to many members of the community who were able to work with us and give some feedback. And before I read the resolution, I actually would like to cede some of my time to two community members, Kellen Macbeth and April Gain, to speak to the importance of the resolution. So I'd like to invite y'all up at this point in time.
Yes.
And I'll pass it over to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kellen Macbeth, and I'm the president and founder of Equality Arlington, an LGBTQ plus advocacy nonprofit serving Arlington residents since 2023. We would like to thank the County Board for their support and adoption of a resolution reaffirming Arlington County's support for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and questioning, intersex, and asexual individuals and their families. 33 years ago, the County Board added protections to prevent discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodation, and education for residents based solely on their sexual orientation to the county code. 5 years ago, the County Board added protections based on gender identity. Today, the County Board reaffirms their commitment to ensuring that all county policies, programs, and practices are free from discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. At a time when the federal government appears to not only have forsaken its commitment to protecting equal rights for all Americans, but is actively weaponizing its immense powers against the transgender, non-binary, and LGBTQ+ communities in an attempt to erase their very existence, it is essential that our local leaders make clear that civil rights for LGBTQ+ residents will be protected within our county. This resolution builds on the promises made in the Equity Resolution of 2019 to support, affirm, and protect LGBTQ+ youth, adults, and their families. We also thank the County Board for their support for Pride events and activities. This is a challenging time for many in our community, and we look forward to the county's celebration of the contributions that LGBTQ+ residents and workers have made and are making to our community during the next few weeks and beyond. LGBTQ+ individuals and their families are part of the diverse makeup of the Arlington community, and that diversity makes us stronger. This is worth celebrating. On behalf of Equality Arlington, thank you for adopting a resolution that supports, protects, and celebrates the dignity of LGBTQ+ individuals who live and work in Arlington.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Trans and Queer Liberation Campaign of Metro DC Democratic Socialists of America Bodily Autonomy, I want to extend gratitude and appreciation to the Arlington County Board for bringing this resolution forth and voting on it today. Despite the weather, this is a truly beautiful day to live in Arlington, not just this, but the ones before. It is truly not lost on anyone here that this resolution defends one of the Trump administration's earliest targets, transgender people. The county we lived in last October when we first approached the board with this resolution is no longer the country we live in. It is relieving to be supported and embraced by our local leadership when there are so many leaders and pundits who think that we should be erased and simply not exist. This is a reminder that the vocally opposed are few and that Arlington is listening to the many. This message hits our local community as well as the trans people nationally and globally who are looking for a place that they can live freely. We hope that this resolution serves as a stepping stone on which we can build a better and stronger Arlington. Our community, like all communities, is improved when everyone is valued and protected. If the Stephen Millards and Donald Trumps of government had their way, we would all be erased or disappear somehow. And every protection extended by government is a greater security of our freedom against the onslaught of federal overreach and allows us to continue living loudly and proudly. Every public recognition serves as a reminder that the erasers are few. And we appreciate that you have heard us, and we ask that you continue to hear our needs and respond and continue to stand beside the longstanding values of our community over temporary fear-mongering from a federal regime that wants to bully entire communities out of existence. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Kellen and April. And I believe we have one additional slide that just gives a few of the events that are going to be happening in Arlington over the coming month. Particularly, I want to highlight this Saturday with an asterisk for weather, and we do have a rain date. There will be a light projection. We're working with a local artist to do a really, really cool and unique light installation that will shine onto the Bosman Center. And so preceding that, we will have a block party with a DJ and other activities. If it rains, I believe the rain date is the 31st of May, but I will double check on that, and it will be on the website. But more importantly, you can find these events and more at the website listed on the bottom of the slide here, stayarlington.com/worldpride-2025. And so I know many people are interested in finding ways to connect with community right now, and these events will be a really great opportunity for everyone to come out. And so now I'm going to go ahead and read our resolution, which is a little bit longer than some of our others, but importantly so. So this is a resolution affirming Arlington County's support of World Pride 2025 and the LGBTQIA+ community. Whereas the Arlington County Board adopted a resolution affirming our commitment to equity in September 2019, declaring our desire to ensure Arlington is a county that is welcoming and inclusive of all, including LGBTQIA+ individuals and families. And whereas, as the elected body of a county that respects and celebrates its diversity, the Arlington County Board affirms that sexual orientation and gender identity are inherent aspects of a person's identity, recognizes the dignity and worth of LGBTQIA+ individuals, and commits to creating a community that fully affirms and supports these identities. And whereas the Arlington County Board recognizes that members of the LGBTQIA+ community have long contributed to the rich history and social fabric of Arlington, the Commonwealth, and this country, and have assisted with building a strong local economy and have enriched the community to be better than the sum of its parts. And whereas, despite significant progress, LGBTQIA+ individuals and families in Arlington, the Commonwealth, and across the country continue to face barriers to full social inclusion in employment, healthcare, housing, and more, with these barriers often compounded for those who hold additional marginalized identities, such as race, disability, immigration status, or socioeconomic background, who experience intersecting forms of discrimination, as well as challenges to their rights and freedoms, which all too often harm the economic, physical, and psychological well-being of LGBTQIA+ individuals, particularly LGBTQIA+ youth. And whereas the Arlington County Board's commitment to protect the civil rights, civil liberties, health, safety, and welfare of all people in our community requires the dismantling of barriers to full inclusion for LGBTQIA+ people and their families. And whereas social acceptance and inclusion leads to better outcomes for members of the LGBTQIA+ community and helps ensure full participation in and enjoyment of communal life, which in turn enriches the cultural and social fabric of our community. And whereas the Arlington County Board recognizes the human right to bodily autonomy and the right to individual autonomy and self-determination when accessing gender-affirming and reproductive health care. And whereas studies have shown access to gender-affirming healthcare improves the overall well-being of transgender, intersex, non-binary, and gender-expansive people, and that access to gender-affirming healthcare for youth is associated with better mental health outcomes and lower risks of suicide. And whereas statements of support for gender-affirming healthcare as evidence-based, medically necessary healthcare have been issued by the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American Academy of Pediatricians, the Endocrine Society, the American Psychiatric Association, and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, amongst other institutions. And whereas the Arlington County Board believes that creating a safe environment for LGBTQIA+ individuals and families is critical to achieving our shared goals across housing, health, and well-being, and economic development, and more. And whereas Washington, D.C. and the National Capital Region will host World Pride in 2025, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of Pride celebrations in D.C., with events beginning May 17th and concluding June 8th that include opportunities for both education and celebration. And whereas World Pride 2025 is expected to bring nearly 3 million people to the region, making it a significant opportunity to welcome people into our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, that the County Board, 1, directs the county manager to ensure that all county policies, programs, and practices are free from discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity by individuals, businesses, or government actors. 2, affirms and supports every Arlingtonian's right to live a healthy and fulfilling life regardless of their identity, and to uphold the dignity, privacy, and self-determination of all youth and adults, including our commitments to LGBTQIA+ individuals and families as expressed within the Arlington County Fair Housing Plan, the Destination 2027 Plan for Health Equity, the Arlington County Human Rights Ordinance, the 2019 Equity Resolution, Project Peace, and many other initiatives across Arlington County. 3, continues to support World Pride 2025 and directs the County Manager's Office and Arlington Economic Development to affirmatively support World Pride 2025 through the planning of arts, culture, and other engagement opportunities. 4, calls upon other elected leaders of Arlington to use the legislative and administrative authority available to them to take such actions as may be necessary to protect LGBTQIA+ individuals and families from discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity, and to enshrine such protections into law. 5, directs the county manager to ensure all departments, in consultation with the county attorney, promptly evaluate any new federal or state laws, policies, opinions, or orders that may affect LGBTQIA+ individuals and families' civil rights or civil liberties. In the event that such evaluation identifies potential infringements upon the civil rights or civil liberties of LGBTQIA+ individuals and families, or identifies inconsistencies with the 14th Amendment, we direct the county attorney to initiate any and all appropriate actions to ensure that Arlington County takes no action inconsistent with the United States Constitution. Such legally appropriate action may include participation as plaintiff or amicus curiae in ongoing or future litigation. And 6th and finally, directs the county manager to ensure that the Department of Human Services prepares as needed for potential reductions in federal resources with respect to critical public health issues that impact the LGBTQIA+ population, including but not limited to the prevention and treatment of HIV, intimate partner violence, and mental health. And with that, I move that the County Board adopt the resolution affirming Arlington County's support of World Pride 2025 and the LGBTQIA+ community.
Second.
Second, it's unanimously seconded already. So,
For the purpose of the minutes, Ms. Cunningham has seconded.
yes, for the record. So we take a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. De Ferranti, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
A smile.
How do we want to do this, though?
Want to do a picture?
David, direct us.
Okay. All the people that are here in support of this resolution would like to come up to the front so we can take a picture.
We have an enormous urgency to hug you.
And hand them a shirt.
Oh, yes. How you doing? Thank you.
Thank you for being
We
here,
thank
waiting on
you.
us.
Okay.
We're not getting us sick.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming here and gathering here for this proclamation, long overdue. So we continue with a few items on the chair's report. Let's see if I have it here. So the first one, let me call it up. The first one is a commemoration of an illustrious predecessor of ours, Ellen Bosman. This building is named after her. Ellen Bosman served from 1974 to 1997 on this Arlington County Board. She has been 6 times a chairwoman of this board. And she is still today the longest serving Arlington County board member. In that, I mean, it cannot be overstated, that in a time where very few women held public leadership roles, she really distinguished herself. She was a passionate leader, a pioneer, and a community activist. That's extremely important. Actually, I believe she started in the League of Women Voters. And later a politician and a visionary leader, as I mentioned. She accompanied Arlington and led Arlington in transitioning for a suburban place to what is today a very diverse urban community. In April 21st, she would have celebrated her 100th birthday. I had the distinguished honor to not know her, of course, but know her daughter and have worked with her husband and with her daughter in things like childcare and affordable housing and everything that we talk today. You name it, she was one of the pioneers and a really fundamental influence to how we perceive Arlington today. The second thing that I have on my list is an announcement of a an action that we announced at the beginning of the year that we would promote this year. It's an Arlington County Board Code of Ethics. This is a document that gives, describes the principles of conduct, of ethical conduct for county board members. We, believe it or not, we don't actually have a formal document of this type. So things like, for example, that board members are expected to act always in the public interest, that they comply with the law, that they respect process, that they how they conduct themselves in public meetings, that they make decisions based on merit, that they communicate properly and fairly, that they care a lot about and disclose when there is conflict of interest, that they don't take gifts or favors, that they handle confidential information properly, et cetera, et cetera. The document will be posted today for the general public to weigh in, to see what we propose as the code of conduct for the Arlington County Board. And colleagues, I expect that by July, for example, we'll be in a position, after we received any feedback on that, to adopt this document. The third item today is the reform of the trust policy. Let me pull it up here on my own screen. Sorry, I had it here. Here it goes. So we announced already at our last meeting, is that? Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. Yeah, I can see that in the screen here. We announced at our last meeting that we intended to remove Section 7 from our trust policy. The background, I mean, Mr. Clerk, we can roll the document a little down. So the proposed amendment to this policy is the complete removal of Section 7. You can see it here. And then if you can move a little bit, another one. And then the complete removal of Section 8, because Section 8 is basically describing the implementation of Section 7. It doesn't make any sense to have the Section 7 removed and Section 8 maintained. And then there are a few more red lines, I think, further down. Yes. So there is also a removal of a specific oversight instruction for the trust policy that was referring to contacts that could have been under Section 7, but now that we don't have a Section 7, we have to find different ways to monitor the implementation of this policy. We do that, and we did that many times, and we'll continue doing, and we will continue monitoring any contacts between the federal government and our local government, local law enforcement. What the removal of Section 7 actually means is that we are not going to allow anymore that our law enforcement proactively contacts the federal government immigration authorities on any issue. Now, the reason for that, and my colleagues will weigh in as well, is first and foremost the safety of our community. We have seen that safety, we have seen in recent weeks and the recent months, we have seen a significant decrease of trust of especially of our immigrant community to contact local law enforcement when it was really necessary. That means we have seen a decrease in safety in our own community. We have worked very, very hard over many years to build up these relationships of trust between our law enforcement and our immigrant community. And unfortunately, with the change of the federal government, the idea that somebody can be exposed to immigration scrutiny or enforcement because he or she is contacting a law enforcement officer has been rampant, and no matter how many times we have tried and how intensively we have tried to convince our immigrant communities that this is not going to be the case and that we only care about serious crime, this hasn't been enough. At the same time, we've seen a development where the federal government is now completely disrespecting due process, is disrespecting law, court orders, etc. Now, to be very clear, federal law and state law completely apply to Arlington. There is no other way. That the federal law will be applied. We will be compliant with federal law and state law, always, under all circumstances. We will always comply with the law. What we cannot do is to, and we don't want to do, is to enforce immigration on behalf or for the federal government. Immigration enforcement is the exclusive domain of the federal government, 100%. I am the first one who will say our immigration system system has been broken for many, many years. Congress has not fixed that. Different administrations have not fixed that. The current administration definitely has not fixed that. They cannot unload this burden to local governments and local communities. For starters, not only we don't have the means to do that, and then in addition, they produce way more problems than they solve, especially the problem of public safety. So for this reason, we wanted to be very clear to our law enforcement, local law enforcement, and to everybody who lives in Arlington that we want them to focus on what is their job, which is to keep our community safe, to keep our residents safe, and to prosecute crime as it happens in this community. To make it very, very clear, who commits a crime will do the time. We will use law enforcement to the fullest extent of applicable law to get criminals to put them out of, to put them in a place where the community is safe. Community safety is still the #1 concern that we have. So for that reason, we tailored the trust policy in a way that definitely corresponds to the spirit. And we hope that we will see the trust between law enforcement and our very diverse, especially the immigrant community, improving over time. Thank you. Colleagues, if you want to make comments. Mr. DeFerranti, let me know if you want to comment.
Mr. Chair, I would like to comment. I'll try and keep my remarks brief. I can't quite see the room, so I don't want to jump the line, but I will offer a few remarks, and that was my daughter in the background if you heard that, so my apologies. So I support removing Section 7 because I believe it is in the best interest of the public safety of our community under the facts and circumstances we're working with. I think that Arlington has always sought to be an inclusive and welcoming place well before Walter Tejada, who I believe may have been our first immigrant on the board, but certainly through to our current chair. Immigrants have and will lead our community and should. The actions of the current administration, as you indicated, run counter to our ideals and undermine public safety by, in many instances, fear-mongering, and often, I believe, are overbroad. Specific examples, the cases of Dr. Badar Khan Suri and the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Numerous other examples have come forward since this administration began in January, and the facts indicate that this administration, in many instances, does not respect the law, in my view, and it is not focused first and foremost on public safety. So specifically, I've listened to numerous members of our community in phone calls on a regular basis who've shared increasing fear since January, and we've heard at our meetings people have spoken up. Law enforcement has shared that they want community members to feel safe in coming forward with information that keeps our residents and those who visit Arlington safe. The evidence shows that we are a safe community, but to stay safe, we have to be able to trust that law enforcement is focused on safety and not on federal immigration law. In short, the facts have changed, so our policies must change. To be clear, Arlington must and will follow federal law, as you indicated. There is no definition of a sanctuary county in Virginia or federal law. And if our law enforcement receives a valid criminal warrant, we must follow it. Asking the board or county employees to be a sanctuary county is therefore, in my view, misleading and outside of our legal authority. There's no definition. Further, there are 2 chapters of Virginia law that require that those in our detention facility must be entered into a database that ICE has access to. Whether we like that or not, it is the law. Our police cannot violate that code section and those 2 chapters. What we can do as policymakers is prevent voluntary engagement in the circumstances that were in Section 7 with the reality that we're dealing with this administration. So doing so is appropriate given the facts of the last few months, and I believe is true to Arlington's ideals. I'm fully supportive of striking Section 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. I see Ms. Coffey and then Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to those who are here in person as well as watching online. I know it is a weekday during the workday. So I had voted no in November due to concerns about adequate due process, and I was the only no vote at the time. And I'm grateful that we are here revisiting that today. What is happening at the national level is not normal. Sending people to foreign prisons and claiming we have no way to get them back is not normal. Stating that due process isn't required for immigration proceedings is not normal. Considering suspending habeas corpus, which is the right to challenge your own detention in court, is not normal. I attended a panel commemorating the 80th anniversary of European Victory Day, the end of World War II, last week, and was struck by the disturbing number of parallels between the suspension of individual rights, blaming specific ethnic groups for national problems, punishment and imprisonment of supposed enemies, and more that marked the 1930s in Germany. One of the panelists, a lawyer who, as well as a historian, reminded us all in the audience that these actions were done in accordance with the law at the time. The panel also firmly stated that one of the factors leading into World War II was appeasement, allowing things that were obviously wrong to continue in the hopes of avoiding conflict. I think that these are truths of history that we have to contemplate as we navigate our roles as leaders here today. I am glad that we have evolved on this issue as a board because we have a responsibility to do what is right even when it creates risk of conflict. I want to be clear, the action that we take today does not stop ICE from operating in Arlington, doesn't stop Kristi Noem from using us as the backdrop for her media stops, and it doesn't stop any future changes to immigration enforcement at the federal level. We don't know what will come next from this administration, but regardless, immigration enforcement is the sole responsibility of the federal government. Our responsibility is public safety. And it does not keep our community safe to have people afraid to call 911 when they have an emergency. It does not keep our community safe to have people scared to ask human services for help that their family is entitled to. It does not keep us safe to be complicit in any way with the infringement upon constitutional rights that we are witnessing from our federal government on an ongoing basis. And we have a law enforcement system that handles crimes, even serious crimes, that are committed by everyone, regardless of their immigration status. Our trust policy does not change the law enforcement system that we have in place that we believe is sufficient to handle law enforcement of those who are documented and those who are citizens of our country. And that will continue to function and will continue to work in the best interest of all of our public safety without complicating our integration with the immigration enforcement that is not our responsibility as a local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. think that the trust policy was penned by this board long before three of us were here. So only our chair and our co-chair were here. And at that time, they did the absolute best they could to understand where the challenges were and to balance the law, public safety, and trust. Therefore, it's named the trust policy. Those remain the goals of all of us and of this trust policy. What's changed is how the world is working around us and how the federal government is acting. At the time that the policy was penned, there was deep thought and much deliberation given to that balance. And that balance landed on Section 7 being a good idea because it supported public safety. It honored that when illegal actions happen, they should be reported and addressed. And all of us deserve to have public safety be first and foremost for our local government. But times have changed, and therefore I do support removing Section 7. There are three things that I keep in mind as I've deliberated on this and as we deliberate on everything up here. One is law and due process, and I think that is the area that is changing the fastest, and I think, as Ms. Coffey shared, is reminiscent of some very, very terrible times in world history. Whether we're native-born or more recently arrived, we have all come to depend and expect constitutional rights, laws that don't change rapidly, and due process. But again, times have changed. I very much hope temporarily, but the rhetoric and actions of our federal government are creating fear and uncertainty that are making us all less safe by making us fearful of reaching out for help when we need help, for reporting challenges when we see them. So fundamentally, public safety is what we're here for. That's what local government can do, does do, and is most committed to doing. And that's whether you're a resident of the county, whether you're a worker in the county, whether you're visiting, we want to keep you safe. And there's some things we can control and some things we can't. But when the trust policy was penned, it was a different balance, and today it's a different balance. So as Mr. Tarankonis shared, we will continue to enforce the law. Breaking the law, no matter who you are, will lead to charges and to actions. The county will and must continue to follow state and federal laws, even if we don't agree with them. And as Mr. DeFerrante mentioned, that includes if you're in our jail, you are known to a database that can be used by federal and state enforcement. And to be clear, immigration enforcement remains at the federal level. It is not our job. We will not do it. And that has not changed from before the first trust policy to this trust policy. So finally, I would just emphasize that trust is the foundation of our community. It's the foundation of our relationships with one another. And even and especially when times are changing around us, it's what we have to invest in order to find hope and to find joy and to be the community we want to be. Trust in government is, depending which source you look at, the absolute worst it's ever been or close. I think the most compelling one recently was 19% of young people in America don't believe the federal government will do the right thing most of the time. That's awful. And we are rebuilding that here every step, every day as a local government that cares about you, that makes space for you to care about each other, and does the best we can to keep us all safe in an uncertain time. And so I will close with saying a huge thank you to my colleagues, to our staff, and to the incredible number of community members who all have different views of how the community should work and how laws should be formed, but fundamentally all agree that we are one community And when we can, we are courageous and we bring forward our opinions. We share them, we debate them, and out of that, the five of us try to make sense and try to guide our community forward in a way that is most supportive of safety and well-being. And we will continue to do that. And we appreciate you being here, those who are able to be here and those who will catch up later or who are not able to be out in the camera's view. I think I'll stop there and pass it to my colleague, but thank you all for being here. Thank you to my colleagues for taking this seriously and continuing to evolve as we need to in this evolving space.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mrs. Spain, I see you light.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their gentle words. I will say that, from my vantage point, being on the board a little bit over 130 days now, yes, I'm counting. There was not and being fully transparent, there was not an appetite, to be quite frank, about Section 7 or the trust policy upon arrival. But you've heard from my colleagues about what's been going on in our nation, and who would have thought that at this moment and at this time we will be in the situation that we're in. And I am pleased that my colleagues have agreed to remove Section 7, because I've been there a long time ago, and I think it's the right thing to do. But first, I want to also thank everyone who was able to join us today. I know the timing of this today we started a little while ago, probably was not ideal. Many folks care deeply about this subject and this issue, and they couldn't be here because, who knows, work and other commitments. I've been here at some meetings when this room has been packed full of folks who wanted us to remove Section 7. So one thing from putting on a leadership lens is understanding who's here, who's missing, and why are they not here, honestly. And I get it. But whether you're an engaging person, or you're online, you're at home, or you're at your workplace, your continued commitment to this conversation meant a lot, not only to myself, but also to my colleagues and to the staff. But let me be perfectly clear. Arlington County, I know my colleagues have, the community, we've heard from you loudly, and it hasn't just been one organization. I've received emails from lots of folks. In my travels, I've talked to folks. So it has not been, just so you'll know, it hasn't not just been one organization. And we've heard you loud and clear. And since March, I've received over 100 emails. And we've held multiple meetings here with stakeholders throughout this year. And your voices, quite honestly, are proven to shape our understanding, not only in this particular subject, but also the path forward as we deal with whatever is going to come up, uncertainty in the future. So as I've said before, and I will continue to say, we will follow federal law, full stop, in the sentence there. But our responsibility as local leaders is to go beyond that. We are here to protect our community and ensure that everyone feels safe, but you also feel supported. And as one board member, I believe we have a legal and a moral obligation to do everything within our authority to uphold civil rights and liberties. Y'all know where I came from before I got here. If you don't know your history, if you don't have appreciation, know what has happened in this country before, and it's bound to happen again if we don't steadfast and remain steadfast, you just don't know where we're headed. When our systems intersect with due process, we must ask, are we upholding justice, or are we unintentionally contributing to the erosion? Across the nation, we are witnessing firsthand fundamental rights being chipped away, and we cannot allow that to happen here in Arlington. What is happening to our good friend Dr. Suri over here in Arlington, a member of our community, is a stark example of injustice. What's happening to others across our country who are being silenced for exercising their constitutional rights to free speech is equally alarming. These are not isolated incidents, my friends. They reflect a troubling pattern from administration that we know too much about right now. So That is why it's important that we remove Section 7 from this trust policy. We must take action that aligns with our values here in Arlington and safeguards the rights of all of our members here in the community. But let me tell you this, removing Section 7 in and of itself is not the end-all be-all for our community. To do what we need to do, we need partnerships. We need folks in our community to get this trust back and understand that our police department, our law enforcement here, right, is going to be here to help protect you. And if that's not happening, you need to say something. You need to let us know. They have a duty to protect and serve, and we have a duty here as elected officials to implement good policy that protects everyone, regardless of their race, color, creed, religion, socioeconomic dynamic, or gender. So if you see something, say something. I look forward to moving this forward, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank every one of my colleagues for opening up and moving this in the right direction, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Colleagues, I can make this motion. I move that the county board adopt the revisions of Arlington's commitment to strengthening trust with our immigrant communities as reflected in the agenda for this meeting and as displayed on screen previously. Do we have a
Second.
second? It's seconded by Mrs. Spain. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. So this motion passes unanimously. Thank you. So, thank you. So we are ready to move to our manager's report. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Here today, we have three items we're going to cover. The first is an update on the low residential study following the board's charge to us at the end of February. We're going to start out with a review of the guidance we received, our progress to date, and we're going to focus a little bit on some of the key issues and public engagement we have coming up. I did want to note, because we're starting out on this in earnest, we have difficult conversation ahead of us. We're going to be talking about setting maximum allowable impervious areas on individual sites where we're going to need to balance trade-offs between improving our environmental standards and having better stormwater control and increased tree canopy against the impacts to property owners. So with me today is Anthony Fusarelli from CPHD, Eileen Winquist, and Jason Papacosma from DES. And to start us off will be Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and good afternoon, Chair Karantonis and members of the board. I'll wait for this deck to load, and the first slide, please. I'm ready for the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to start us off here today with a brief review of our path to today's update on the low residential study. And from there, we'll highlight our progress to date in the study's key issues, and then share our initial thinking on the approach to public engagement. Next slide, please. And sorry, one more. Outsmarting ourselves. Okay, so last November, we took a deep dive into impervious surface dynamics and trends in low residential areas, focusing on stormwater management, urban forestry, and zoning considerations. And we're focusing on Arlington's R zones because they comprise about 70% of the county's private land and are the areas where impervious areas are increasing the most. So the key takeaways from our conversation in November emphasized that larger, newer homes are leading to less remaining pervious space to meet a range of public and private needs, the compounding effect of adding paved surfaces after new homes are built, the overall potential for paved surfaces to expand across all residential lots, and the significant efforts that have occurred to mitigate what the stormwater and urban forestry programs can control. Next slide, please. And so at the end of February, the board provided a charge to conduct a study about setting limits for maximum allowable impervious areas on low residential lots. And the charge, well, along with the primary focus of the study, the charge also included considerations about whether to keep lot coverage requirements alongside impervious area limits, include minimum plantable area requirements, adjust yard and setback requirements to benefit tree canopy, and also consider whether to establish limits based on lot size versus zoning district. Next slide, please. And the charge also provided criteria to inform their recommendations about setting these limits, focusing first on the trade-off between benefits for stormwater and tree canopy and impacts to property owners and use, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, as well as dynamics for older and newer homes, equity, and then how staff would administer and enforce these new limits. And lastly, the charge established what the study will not do, including not recommending changes to main building footprint or height limits or lot coverage definitions. Next slide, please. Okay. Yep.
All right, thank you. Building from that review, we'll next highlight things we've done since February and also are working on to build momentum for this interdepartmental effort. Next slide, please. Since early March, we've defined the core study team, identifying key divisions and groups that will be supporting this effort throughout. As part of this, a management structure with project co-leads has been established, bringing together DES subject matter expertise in environmental management and CPHD planning expertise in land use, policy, and zoning regulations. Additional staff for various departments, including CPHD, DES, and DPR, will all be an important part of the overall team. Also, to extend the reach of staff, we'll be using on-call consultants, and we anticipate their support in areas such as stormwater analysis, case studies and benchmarking, and visual aids for engagement, among other tasks. At a glance, this slide provides a visual representation of the primary departments and divisions and groups anticipated to be part of this staff efforts on this study. We see here multiple divisions from CPHD, DES, as well as the Forestry and Natural Resources Division from DPR. Not listed here are others we will work with along the way, such as getting advice and counsel from the Attorney's Office in the process of formulating draft text amendments for review and further consideration. With the team taking shape, we're working to create the capacity and space to build further momentum on this work. And as such, some near-term priorities for the project team and the leads in particular include establishing a project website, finalizing a project plan with an estimated study duration and timeline, and this would also be informed in part by the overall detailed strategy for public engagement and outreach for this study. Additionally, the team will be working to execute the consultant task order and gathering and analyzing additional data sources for this work. As some initial targets, at this point, we're looking to kick off initial public engagement by September and would expect bringing forward recommendations for county board consideration by the end of next year. And we'll share more preliminary thinking on times in a moment. But first, I will hand it back to Jason to kick off the next section with some early perspectives on other key issues.
And one more, please. Thank you. Thanks, Anthony. So we wanted to spend just a few minutes today to highlight the main compromise that will be evaluated in setting limits through this study. And this is essentially the balance between individual versus community costs and benefits. Lower impervious area limits are, of course, better for stormwater and tree canopy and downhill neighbors, and higher limits provide more flexibility for individual property owners. Next slide, please. And one way we can think about this balance is by looking at the distribution of properties by their impervious area percentage. In this example, these are all the R6 zoned parcels, which are the most numerous. And what we want to illustrate here is that wherever the limit is set, some properties will already exceed it, and properties near or above the limit will be most impacted at the outset. And I'm going to hand it back over to Anthony now to talk a little bit more about this.
All right. Thanks, Jason, for that context. Now we'd like to just take a few moments to note the topic of nonconformities as it relates to this body of work and what might come from this study. In basic terms, a building or improvement is legally nonconforming if it was lawfully permitted when established, but no longer conforms to current zoning requirements that may have been changed over time. As zoning ordinance amendments have become stricter over time in many instances, that has created situations where lots may be nonconforming in relation to certain standards. For nonconforming properties, generally speaking, approved and as-built conditions are allowed to continue, but future changes may be constrained. Next slide, please. In practice, we know that many homes in Arlington today are nonconforming in one or several ways, such as related to lot width, lot area, setbacks, parking, and other standards. Nonconformities are identified on a case-by-case basis based upon the as-built improvements on the site and the regulations that apply to it at a point in time. As part of our work, it will be important for us to keep the matter of nonconforming improvements in mind as we consider options for addressing properties that may become nonconforming due to new zoning standards. Next slide, please. Another question that is often raised in the context of nonconforming properties is whether there are challenges in the lending market with such properties. Our general sense is that impacts on mortgage lending are limited, as we historically have seen and continue to see many nonconforming lots that continue to transact on the open market. However, as part of our work, we want to explore and investigate further before seeking to confirm this assessment. And finally, to illustrate these points all together, we thought it'd be useful to consider an example visually here, focusing on this hypothetical lot where we're assuming a one-story house built in the 1950s, if you'd imagine, on a 10,000 square foot lot. In this example, let's also presume that all the improvements shown here conform to the current zoning ordinance standards with no non-conforming conditions. And let's also say that its total impervious area today is 51%. So under these circumstances, let's also imagine that a property owner with this site could build an addition of roughly 200 square feet within the current requirements. Now, if an impervious area limit is created at or around a value of 50%, for example, that 200 square foot imagined addition may not be allowed without the owner finding ways to reduce impervious areas on the site in another way. So again, this is a hypothetical for just illustrative purposes here today, but the potential impact of nonconformities is real and something that will be thoroughly considered in our study. And with that, I will yield to Eileen to address the concluding slides.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. You can go ahead to the next slide. I'm just going to talk about a little bit of our initial thinking on engagement for the low residential study. So as we're starting to plan the engagement process for this study, we're considering, what level is appropriate, looking at the county's six-step guide. And right now we are thinking of targeting the involved level of engagement for this because the need for this study and some of the assessment has been discussed in some recent master plans, such as the Forestry and Natural Resources Master Plan, and was also actually highlighted in the Stormwater Master Plan, which was over 10 years ago as well. So the involved level includes in-depth engagement back and forth with the community as we discuss the issues related to lot coverage and impervious area and develop potential policy updates. Next slide. So again, the engagement plan will be designed to offer multiple community touch points throughout the study's timeline. So it's not going to be something that people have one opportunity to participate in. We're going to be coming back and having multiple opportunities. And really, we're going to strive and enable all interested stakeholders to engage and try to plan a variety of activities, to avoid any barriers, whatever barriers, challenges people might have to participate, trying to offer a variety of options for participation so that that we can get around those and hopefully enable people to participate as they would like. So obviously there's countywide implications for this study, so that again relates to the involved level with engagement. We have a lot of different tools that we'll be looking at and probably potentially using many of these tools listed here as part of our engagement plan. Those are something that we typically do for a lot of our larger engagements. So next slide. So the objectives, and I'll talk a little bit more actually on the next slide as well with kind of our general timeline that we're looking at. But the initial goals, really, we want to initially seek a shared understanding of the study's components. Maybe initially help people become aware of the study and that is going on, and then talk about how the study aligns with the board's charge. And again, enable transparency, make sure that we're being transparent with the data and analysis, to build trust and understanding with the community. Also, getting a better understanding as we move through engagement of our community's preferences on the values and trade-offs between the study's components. And then as we move into options as well, get some feedback on the different options that are developed, and see how the public feels about that. So, and then finally, we do have kind of an initial thinking on our timeline here and some of our key milestones as we start to move through the study. As Anthony mentioned, we're targeting fall to really kick off the engagement, but this summer we hope to be able to publish our webpage, potentially share some data from the study, to enable people to start engaging and thinking about, questions they may have. Moving into our engagement in the fall, then providing an additional report back to the county board, which likely might be in the winter, timeframe. And then using that feedback to help start to develop our policy options. And then again, having an additional, engagement phase where we are, sharing those options, getting feedback, and synthesizing that feedback. And then coming back to the board, which would likely be, potentially in summer of 2026, for some county board direction on that, looking at the community feedback and looking at direction, and then moving into the fall for developing the zoning ordinances and getting some potential, final community engagement there. So that's again our preliminary thinking, but we will be developing a more complete and extensive engagement plan as we move forward. So thank you.
So one thing before we take questions, I'm going to ask Jason to go out on a little bit of a limb here. We're trying to get residents either excited or the opposite of excited about this process by potentially standing up a tool over the summer, but we'll have him explain that.
Yeah, one of we talked about publishing data over the summer, and it could take various forms, but the simplest thing to do, we have the stormwater utility lookup tool, and we don't want to have people have to do math, so it's got your impervious area on it, it doesn't have your lot area, and so you couldn't calculate the percentage. I think it's a simple enough exercise to add the impervious surface percentage to that lookup tool as one of the starting points to have people be able to look and see their property as we get into this.
That concludes our presentation.
For this topic, colleagues, any questions? Ms. Cunningham, I see your light.
I think I'll have lots of questions as time goes on, but first I just want to say a huge thank you. I think you go back to that slide of all the different departments that have to be engaged to get this right. It's not always easy to do that, and there are reasons for that and their history for that, but I really want to commend the manager and the whole team for really barreling through that and realizing that we do have an opportunity, we do have a set of challenges, and it's going to take an interdisciplinary team as well as the creativity, patience, and engagement of our community to really work through this. It is not easy. It's not that we've been stalling and just didn't want to get to it. It's a hard thing that we've been kind of knowing increasingly that we need to get to over the last 2 decades. And with a little bit of rain today, we're reminded that our built environment in this region needs to evolve to meet the density that we have and the growth that we expect. and the changes in climate intensity that we are experiencing. So I thank you to my colleagues for coming back to the dais. I was a little nervous when you left, but you're back, and we will be working through this together. There's not a perfect solution. There's not a premeditated, answer that it's 72.6 or 12.2% or whatever it is. We're going to work through this, and there's a lot of trade-offs. The data is incredibly helpful to us, and I would just like us to keep in mind that the cost of doing nothing is not zero. There are incredible risks, incredible costs that some of our incredibly talented staff have computed for us of what doing nothing would look like and how much that would cost to us as individuals and to the county as a whole. So thanks for getting us started. I'll be really interested in the engagement elements and would love to participate as much as possible. I think our community members are very hungry to be part of the dialogue, not to have things done to them. And so we know that, and I see a great plan here and look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey, I see your light.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you all for the work, as well as, I think, putting together such an interdisciplinary all-star team. I think it really matters to have the right people at the table. And in this case, I really do feel that we have put that together. I think in terms of engagement, that's one of the places where I think it's going to be most important that we're most successful, because wherever, we end up determining that the right place for the environmental factors is in terms of impervious area, we want to make sure that people understand what that looks like. So I'm really grateful to hear that some of this data stuff might come out even as early as this summer. But I think, I guess less of a question, more of a comment. I think that to me is most important, that we don't get 90% of the way down this road and then have people show up and say, hey, what? What's going on here? And I'm sure that, someone will, but I think if we can really get out to the vast majority of Arlingtonians early and bring them into this conversation so that they kind of share ownership and they understand, as I know you all have explained to me, right, that they can always, it's really about trade-offs. It's not about saying no, but it's about saying, well, if you want that patio, maybe we need a soft driveway instead of a paved driveway. How can we make those changes so that we can still fit both your personal desires with our shared community environmental goals? And so I'm really grateful, echo a lot of what Ms. Cunningham said, and I'm also grateful that you will continue to be coming back to us on a semi-regular basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Spain.
Yes. I echo all of the thoughts that you've heard heretofore, especially the last comments you've heard from my good friend, Ms. Coffey. And staff, you took time out to kind of brief us all up to a certain extent on this. And I, too, will, if you know anything about me, I closely align with what Ms. Coffey said. We don't want to get in the fourth quarter and someone's calling foul from the first quarter, okay? What I mean is we have seen, I know I have seen how these projects and initiatives evolve. And if you aren't putting that really equity lens up front, who benefits, who burdens, who's missing, how do we know? And applying that throughout the entire process, someone is bound to be left behind. The loudest people in the room aren't always the people you need to be listening to, right? So I look forward to this engagement. And I just want to bring back up the slide. I think it was the timeline slide, because I brought this up in our one-on-one sessions. If you can pull it up here. You may know what I'm talking about summer, spring, summer. Okay. So in between phase 1 and 2, well, actually going into 3, you mentioned that we're going to be doing something in and around spring, summer 2026. And I made note in our meeting, if we can just annotate that as minor administrative as it is, probably somewhere along center line of phase 2, if we can just add in what's happening during the spring, summer 2026. Do you recall that conversation? Are we going to do that?
Sure, yeah, we'll definitely be fleshing this out in more
Yeah.
detail. So
Okay.
again, as we develop the detailed engagement plan, we'll have more specifics on here. But I think
Yeah.
initially we wanted to,
Gotcha.
kind of just have the general timeline
Okay.
laid out. So.
So I'll close with this. Again, I don't have any particular question, but I will just say to what my colleague Susan stated, doing nothing is really not an option. I mean, we've heard from our FNRC and many other folks in the past that this train left the station a long time ago. We need to run it to ground. I would say let's continue to keep the bottom line up front when we're talking to folks in the community. I think people will find that, when you start talking about non-conforming, especially to folks and property owners in this Arlington who's been around for a while, how we articulate what does non-conforming mean, and we're going to get to our impervious services and all that stuff. We need to lay that out, because if there's also going to be some financial issue to folks down the road where it may affect their refinancing of property and homes and things like that, those are sensitive areas that I think we are not talking about right at this moment, but we will. Trust me, we will. So with that being said, I applaud you for your efforts. I'm hearing this a lot, Mr. Manager, about interdepartmental approach. I like that terminology, used quite wisely here, and looking forward to the updates in the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have three thoughts. First, I want to particularly thank staff for the work. I should be transparent that perhaps in the 2x2 briefing that preceded, this has been a difficult area for me to try to situate my thoughts on and work constructively. And I really think I do appreciate staff for moving us forward. And I think the references. The second point I want to make is that the references to non-conforming are a perfect example of how difficult this area I think actually is. We can have plans for exactly what we would like to see in every neighborhood, but I think that there are a lot of non-conforming properties that don't that were built before some of those plans were put into place by prior county boards, and so not all of our properties, many of our properties do not strictly adhere to non-conforming. The third point I want is just to try to do is to situate this work, because the planning work plan is overflowing. And I pulled up our profile. 21.8% of Arlington's housing units are single-family detached units. For those 21.8%, many of whom are my neighbors because I have a cold and I have to be home today, this may be a defining issue. But for the other 73% of Arlingtonians who live in multifamily apartments or condos, it may not be the defining issue. And so that does not, for me, I'll conclude by saying that does not, for me, mean that we should not address this. And that's where I really want to thank staff and colleagues for helping me come along, because as Ms. Cunningham said on Saturday, and I definitely remember this, community is all of our community. And sometimes people use the phrase community and they may mean only folks in their part of Arlington, or sometimes they may mean only folks who live on the Orange Line. When I used to live on the Orange Line near Courthouse, my version of community was thereby based. But I support the policy and efforts to have a good forward momentum while situating it in the reality that we have a lot of different needs that we want through our planning. And I don't think this is a way to bring our community together. May not fix all problems, and we shouldn't expect that it will, but there is a way to constructively, and I really appreciate staff for trying to move us towards constructively positive efforts in this area, while just reemphasizing it won't fix everything, but we should still try to do the work to address some of the key issues of flooding and heat islands and the changes that we're seeing in some of our low residential neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. I am not going to add additional comments to this. Everybody, I mean, everything is said, except I want to add my thanks for in advance of a long march. So thank you so much for also for your endurance, because I know that it has not been an easy work until now, and had to consider a lot of different parameters. And I remember very well how well crafted the work session that we had before, with all its 100 and something slides that we didn't enjoy in their totality, but I know that you produced them and you prepared them. So we're looking forward to that. I cannot overstate how important it is to keep this level of public engagement and stakeholder exchange alive, because I agree with my colleagues. This is really a difficult issue, and it affects actual people who have interests, and they invested a lot of money in their properties, and they need to understand exactly how this changes and how this intersects with public interest. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we have two other items before the board has to adjourn, and we need the time to go through those. So we'll probably run past 6 o'clock, I think, on some of our presentations. But next up, I'm going to ask Hui Huang and Bryce Johnson to join me. As you well know, at the April board meeting, the board met to consider the Hotel Pentagon site plan. You gave us 5 specific items you wanted us to follow up on. And here to present some of the results of that analysis, I'm going to turn it over to you, Hui? Yes. Yeah, over to Ms. Huang, who will start off the presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, County Manager. And we have the 5 guidance from the board for us to further dig into more details in the surrounding area, Green Valley specifically, near the Hotel Pentagon site. And we understand the reason you ask us to look into that is because you want no stone unturned. So based on that guidance, we checked into each one of the 5 items. Next slide, please. The first request is for us to check into the Vision Zero safety analysis, and with a specific attention to the no turn on red right now present for the 24th Road South. So a little background on Vision Zero past effort near the site. In 2022, we conducted a high injury network safety audit for South Glebe Road from 24th Road South to Route 1. So it started from this intersection. The high injury network safety audit is one of the actions within Vision Zero Action Plan for transportation staff across different disciplines to all go out, conduct field analysis, field study, to identify potential safety challenges and the improvements that we can make. So while we were there for the 24th Road South intersection, we identified that there is a history of angled crashes based on the crash data, and we also heard from the community about their concerns and requests. A lot of those requests coming from reported problem, or just direct contact and conversation with county staff. Based on the information we learned at this intersection, a no turn on red sign, along with other improvements, a no turn on red sign was recommended. I want you to take a look at the middle picture to the right, and we have an arrow there pointed out how much the stop bar is pulled back from the throat of the intersection. The reason the stop bar is pulled back is because there is a driveway right next to the corner. And in order for the driveway to adequately come in and out, the cars waiting at the intersection have to be stopped, before that. For people to make a right turn on red, what they need to do is they need to first hop onto the path of the driveway, get to the throat of the intersection, very likely staying on top of the crosswalk, the pedestrian crosswalk, and then try to look left for the fast coming traffic on a downgrade of that road. So in order to make that turn, there's many things sort of in traffic safety traffic safety considerations has been trespassed. And because of that, we recommend a no turn on red. Now, with the new Hotel Pentagon plan, which is on the bottom left, the plan view, the project actually proposed to close that driveway. By closing that driveway, it would allow traffic to actually stop at the crosswalk. By that time, if the project move forward, when it's completed, we expect a new traffic pattern will be established. Typically, a new traffic pattern will take 6 months, at least 6 months, or sometimes longer to settle, to stabilize. Once we have a stabilized new traffic pattern, staff will go out and reevaluate the intersection and see at that time if the turning on red can be properly and safely made. So this is to address the first item in the board guidance. Next slide, please.
So I'm Bryce Johnson with Development Services Bureau, also handling this. The second item was that the board had requested staff approach the adjacent landowners about purchasing land or allowing a permanent easement for a public street connection to Shirlington Road from the Hotel Pentagon site. There are 6 parcels affected by the proposed street owned by 3 separate property owners. The 2 who own the majority of the affected land are not interested in selling or working with the county at this time. This does include all land that is absolutely necessary for any possible road alignment. If the board is still interested in constructing the connection today, staff considered potential options for constructing the road, shown in the right-hand image. The minimum legal size for a street is 30 feet in width, which marks the baseline for constructing the street. If we pursue the 30-foot wide design, we could utilize the parcel that was already subdivided out to serve as a private driveway for the existing businesses. This is shown as the dashed blue line. However, the existing businesses use this parcel for direct access to their parking and loading. If we obtained this property, these spaces would be affected during construction of the street. Additionally, the zoning ordinance prohibits using public streets for direct access to parking spaces, except for single-family residential uses in the R zoning districts. There is an exception if this is instead an alley rather than a street. However, the site serves large trucks, so we would have to verify that these trucks can park without overhanging into the new right-of-way. Additionally, if pursuing this as an alley, we would limit the functionality of the new street to accommodate through traffic, as seemed to be the intent behind the board's request and the street's inclusion in the 4 Mile Run Valley area plan. That brings us to staff's recommended design, which is to build a wider street. The proposed street section is shown in the bottom image. This is designed to meet county standards and policies, accommodate through traffic, and be consistent with the South Garfield Street section to which it would connect. For this street, the county would need approximately 68 feet of new right-of-way, which is shown as the red line in the image on the right. Next slide, please. To illustrate why staff has recommended the 68-foot wide section, here is a comparison of the approved South Garfield Street section on the Hotel Pentagon site, which the drafted street section would connect to. The drafted street section for comparison is shown in the bottom image. I want to emphasize that the drafted section is needed to match the approved condition in order to provide a complete, consistent street connection, which can accommodate the future traffic. Through traffic. In addition to the land acquisition costs, we would still need to design and construct the street. The construction would include the southernmost portion of South Garfield Street, where it connects with the Shirlington connection. The Hotel Pentagon site could not deliver this portion because it depends on the ultimate design of the Shirlington connection. Instead, they agreed to a condition to grant an easement if and when the Shirlington connection is built. The estimated cost to finalize design and construct the connection is about $4.9 million. That does not include the utilities or the land acquisition costs. I will note that the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan is a long-term plan and was only adopted in 2018. Given that the necessary property owners are not interested in conveying the land or selling the land at this time, we suggest the county take no action. Instead, wait until the property owners are willing to work with the county. Next slide.
Okay, now we move on to item number 3. This is about the intersection operation of 24th Road South, and for staff to look into the feasibility and cost of realigning that intersection. On the left, we have an aerial view of the intersection and how the signal operation is phased and timed today. From the first scanning of the intersection, it looks like 24th Road South has an offset. And because of the offset, it lead people into thinking that is what we call a split control, meaning one leg goes at once. But upon further review into that, we actually realize this intersection operates like a multi-leg intersection instead, because we have a driveway that's coming out of the Alistair Arlington Ridge community. That's a high-rise complex. So on the right image, that is a picture taken just a couple weeks ago. And you can see there are 2 garage entrances that's coming out from that driveway. And those are the only garage entrances for that complex. We further checked into the current signal timing and phasing. Within the 130 seconds of cycle length, we allocated 15 to 20 seconds to the driveway paired with the 24th Road South east leg. And that is actually a pretty smart, I will say a pretty smart pairing, because that allow us to have the low volume traffic of those 2 roadway to come up first, and which leave the main intersection, which is the 24th Road South eastbound and the South Glebe Road, with still 110 seconds. That is relatively on the higher end of cycle length, meaning it can process more vehicles in one round of cycle. The volume at this intersection is such, in 2022 numbers, average daily traffic on South Glebe is 21,000. And coming out from Green Valley through 24th Road South is 6,400. So that, the T intersection was the T coming in a little less than 1/3 of the volume. That's the overall sort of complexity of the intersection. Next slide, please. So we went in to consider the what-if scenario, because county does own a little piece of the land at the corner, the northwest corner of that intersection. So can we actually bend the road to have 24th Road South better aligned, with a relatively right angle intersection? This is a very rough drawing, but nonetheless, we actually checked out the turning radii and everything to make sure, it still has some engineering bearing on that. What we have identified, sort of the bottom line up first, is operationally, staff doesn't see the intersection gaining anything. In fact, we see the intersection worsened under any operational scenario, because we're going to introduce new conflicts. Among those, the first one is the signalization of the intersection would create potential safety issues for the driveway and the 24th road. The driveway and the 24th road, with the intersection bend, they almost come out parallel and shoulder to each other. Meaning, if they're looking at their own signal indicator, they're going to be confused of which signal head is for me, which one is for the driveway next to me. And that confusion could cause a lot of safety issue. We also would have an unfavorable skew for the turning movement, which is one of the prevailing turning movement, northbound left and eastbound right turn. So that, again, would present additional safety challenge for both the vehicle and the pedestrian. By shifting that alignment, we also will have to move one of the existing crosswalk, which is sitting in the middle, to further up north. It's unlikely that pedestrian would be willing to, hike up further north and make that cross. So chances of them tired of making that distance and then sort of try to cross in the middle of the intersection, chances of that become higher, which is, again, unsafe. So with all that, one last item is a retaining wall consideration, which was limited visibility, which I think I can better explain that in the next slide. To the very left corner, that is what the retaining wall I was referring to. Today, there is a retaining wall. And if you look further down, that little tip is what county owns. If we were to turn the road towards north, the road has to further cut into that hill, and the hill has a fairly significant grade. Cutting into that means we will have to build a taller retaining wall, and that wall would in turn further limit the sight line and the sight distance. We also identified multiple significant utilities on that little tip of the flat area. There's a gas line that need to be relocated. There is a significant water facility, not a water main, but more likely a water vault that's serving the high-rise building that's located in that corner area. We also see a row of power poles, power and communication poles, that's pretty significant, and based on the current land use of the area, staff did not see a good place for relocation, so more likely, if we were to make any realignment, the power lines need to be undergrounded. We dig into all of these details to further evaluate if there's anything. So the conclusion is it's going to be with a great cost, but it may not actually buy us too much of improvement. Nonetheless, it could be actually worsen the operation scenario. Now, if we look further down the road, if that high-rise ever come up for redevelopment or something, there may be more things that we can look into, but at this point, we haven't heard of anything leading that direction. So this is about item number 3. Next slide, please.
So moving on to the fourth item, the board had requested information regarding the status of paper streets in Green Valley. Generally speaking, paper streets refers to the unused fragments of right-of-way which are not large enough to serve as streets. Based on the discussion at the April public hearing, staff's understanding is that there's been community discussions and interest in the unused right-of-way, and more specifically a desire to understand how those relate to the planned streets reflected in county plans. So staff's assessment focused on identifying any undeveloped streets which are identified on adopted county plans in order to clarify any confusion about what is planned in Green Valley. The first relevant planning document for planned streets is the MTP map, which identifies the Knock revitalization area as Area 7 of the areas planned for new streets. This area is generally the land bounded by 24th Road South, Shirlington Road, and I-395. The MTP map does not identify the actual alignment or number of the new streets, as that guidance is instead found in the local area plans. The next relevant planning document is the Knock Village Center Action Plan, adopted in 2004. This plan identified an opportunity for new streets to be considered in what the MTP map now designates as the Knock revitalization area. However, the study scope of the action plan was focused on the Knock Village Center along Shirlington Road. Therefore, the action plan recommended that development along Shirlington Road consider leaving space for street connections, but that the actual new streets be considered further in a separate study. That study was in the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan adopted in 2018. This area plan identified 3 specific streets in the Knock revitalization area. These 3 streets are shown in the map on the right. The first is South Garfield Street, which is to be provided with the construction of the Hotel Pentagon site. The southern end of the street will still need to be designed and extended dependent on the final alignment of the next planned street. The second planned street is a connection to Shirlington Road, which we discussed earlier. The land required for the street remains under private ownership and is not for sale. Finally, the third planned street is 26th Street South, which was added to the MTP map in November of last year and connects to the newly opened art facility. We'll note the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan was very deliberate in only recommending these 3 streets. This is because the community expressly stated a preference for limited redevelopment in this area. Based on this assessment, there are only 3 planned streets in Green Valley, 2 of which have been approved. As mentioned earlier, completing that final street requires obtaining land currently under private ownership. Because the land is not for sale, there is no timeline for the completion of this road. However, the road connection would only be necessary if and when those properties were to redevelop. There are no formal plans to use the unused fragments of right-of-way elsewhere in Green Valley. Those fragments are not located in the Knock revitalization area and are generally too disconnected, narrow, and short to be used for new streets. Next slide.
Okay, now we move into item number 5, which is about bus service in the Green Valley community and also potential improvements. I want to lead this conversation with a good news story first. So with the community's advocacy, staff has followed the board guidance and the county manager's support to apply for the I-395 MVTC Commuter Choice Grant. The grant will be awarded near end of June 2025. This item is already in the staff proposed adoption, meaning MVTC staff proposed adoption. So we're pretty optimistic that it will be approved. So we are able to improve the headway for ART 87 service from 20 minutes to 12 minutes in the AM and PM peak. 12 minutes is the cutoff line of what's called the priority service by Metro bus standard. And with that, we are also going to consolidate the currently sort of 87A PX different way of routing, consolidate that to a single route pattern. This consolidation is actually based on feedback from our user group, from our rider group. Because of the different routing sometimes has challenges in terms of people knowing where to catch their bus. It also has challenges for the buses to stick to its schedule. I have to admit that currently our bus service is not at the desired level of on-time performance. Staff are working on that. We're looking to improve that. Besides 87, we also have a ART 84 that also runs through this neighborhood of Green Valley. So both ART 87 and 84 are serving the Green Valley community. Now the next slide. This one is 2 routes that we picked out from the Metro bus service. Now they're renamed with the Better Bus network effort led by Metro Bus. They're renamed as A12 and A70. A70 used to known as 23T. That one I want to point out that previously, that line does not serve the community. It does not come to 24th Road South, and now the new routes does. And with A12 and A70, especially with what WMATA has done with improving their routing and also bus stop alignment, we're hoping that we can have slightly improved service in this community as well. Again, just to repeat, staff understand we have a long way to go of improving our service, our current one. We heard from the community and we're working on that. This is, I believe, the end of the presentation, and we can take questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments? That's a lot of work. And in a very short time, actually, because it's not so far behind that we gave this this guidance to look on all these things. So thank you for doing that. We recognize that it's really a tough one. So, Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I would just really emphasize the amount of work that is here in such a short period of time. And again, an incredibly interdisciplinary team to pull that off. So Hotel Pentagon was one of our hardest votes, I think, this year for a whole number of reasons. And this package of work, for me, really does do the work of making sure no stone has been unturned for this chapter. So I deeply appreciate that. And I know Mr. Spain and I have talked about making sure that we bring this back to the community so that your good work is really shared live so that we can all understand it. And just, again, a huge thank you, because these are complicated issues. I think in one of our briefings, you actually shared that, you know, your intuition was wrong as well, right, on the connection or realignment of 24th. It's hard to know without doing all the really cool analysis that you guys can do. And I just want to say a huge thank you. And then for the community members that might be listening here, all 7 of them, just want to emphasize that there are a couple of other minor carryovers that are worth exploring here. One is that we have paper streets all over the county, not overly concentrated in Green Valley or anyone else, but they are a little weird and sort of a vestige of a former time. And I think the managers shared with us that he'll do a look at what might be doable there to make that more clear to folks and perhaps give more value back to residents. And then lastly, I think the question of no right on red, I think you very clearly articulated and studied that is the best for the current configuration. And I would just ask, as construction gets started and that driveway and the other adjacent driveway get closed, will we be able to relook at that potentially during construction or right after to consider, you know, once you can move that stop line, is there a better opportunity to possibly get rid of that?
Yes, as construction move forward, what the developer will provide to us is their management of traffic plan. So based on the MOT plan, we can see each phase, how long it takes, and, you know, where do they plan to work on. Again, frequent shift of traffic pattern does not warrant frequent shift of traffic control, because that could ended up confusing people even more. But if we identify an extended period of time of the same type of operation, even if it's during construction period, we could do something about it. I'll give you an example of what we did is, I remember when we were working on Columbia Pike H and I, which is the 2 segment that's actually ended, we lowered the speed limit during construction period. Because, you know, the traffic is such that it has an established pattern. So yes, we can look into that.
Great. And then the final piece I want to note is the connection to Shirlington Road. While we're not able to get that as a full road right now, we are beginning to build out those road connections that were envisioned in the 2018 plan. And I would like the manager to take a look at the fire safety in and around there, just to, while we're looking at it, while we've done a little bit of effort, not himself, with qualified professionals, please, the fire marshal perhaps, but looking at, even though we can't get a street there right now, and that's probably years away, do we have emergency access, or what can we do as we finalize and construct that to ease either now or very soon having full fire access both to the residences in the Hotel Pentagon site and to the businesses on the industrial site. So really appreciate the work to do that as well.
I don't see Mr. DeFerranti. Mrs. Spain, I see you now. Okay. I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think I'll say two things. Thank you, and I hear the phrase bottom line up front much more often now. It seems in vogue. And so I'll just say bottom line up front for those watching is that this is follow up and follow through over the last month that is a decent start. We have a lot more work to do, but I really do want to thank staff and, Ms. Cunningham for the amendment originally, but then following through on each of those things in the last month is a start. We have much more to do, but this is good work, and I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Mrs. Spain.
Yes, I won't belabor the hour here. We have a lot going on. Thank you, staff, for your hard work on this in the past month or so. I think there are also some lessons learned, perhaps from this engagement, especially when we talk about the project down in Green Valley, the Pentagon project, Hotel Pentagon. I mean, there's one thing for sure and two things for certain. For sure is that this project goes through, there's going to be a lot of traffic. There's going to be foot traffic or vehicle traffic. And two things for certain. I mean, we have done our due diligence in this endeavor, and that we have, secondly, enormous potential down the road, right, to do something. We don't know what that is going to be yet, where it may land in 10, 15 years, but that's also a certainty that the opportunity will present itself again. I think to what Susan talked about, we are, and I have every intent along with her to go down and do some more engagement in this area with key stakeholders, those that want to hear. And again, thank the staff for their work on this. And again, when I say lessons learned, I think about, coming to this particular project, could we have, really explored what we just done in the past 4 weeks prior to a decision being made? And the answer is probably yes. Would that have changed the outcome? I'm not sure, but we kind of spun our wheels here at the last hour, and I'm grateful for people doing this and staff appropriately. There's some good slides here as it talks about bus routes and timing, and things are speeding up here and being more efficient. So I'm grateful for that. But all in all, thank you, staff. We'll get this out to the community, and I'm very appreciative. That's all I have.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing, recognizing that this is enormous work. Nobody should take away from that there are no solutions. They're difficult. This is a first, pass through a set of solutions that appeared, or this is the due diligence in order to figure out what are the rules, what are the obstacles, what do we have to deal with. And as this part of the part that is really valuable in engaging the community is to actually convey that and include the community in both understanding the difficulties as well as the pathways of potential solutions and their workarounds of that. Mm-hmm. So I really appreciate Mrs. Spain's and Ms. Cunningham's willingness to further engage and go down and work with the community to keep this dialogue open. This is not a final, judgment or a finding that says we cannot do that, we cannot do the other. It just says it's difficult to do that for this and this reason, so find a way around, and it won't happen overnight or in short term. So thank you for this. Any other questions on the item? Not seeing. Many thanks also for your patience with us tonight.
Okay, so let's move on to our next item. Given how long it's taken, we're now going to present the Arlington Middle Age and Senior Wellbeing Plan.
Because the seniors
Careful,
are already
Mark.
It's just taking us a long
not
time.
needing a plan after these delays.
Who says we can't adapt?
So the Children and Youth Wellbeing Plan is an initiative that we talked about back in last year when the board adopted the budget, trying to make efforts in the area, this particular area of youth and well-being. And so this is a plan, and I want to emphasize this is really important. It's a group effort on the Department of Human Services, Department of Parks and Recreation, working also with significant participation from libraries, juvenile and domestic relations, court services, and especially our partners at Arlington Public Schools. So I'm going to turn it over. We have a presentation today from Candace Lopez. I'm so excited to see you, Candace. And Patrick Leonard, Catherine Chiriboga, and we're going to turn it right over to Candace. You're going to start us off.
I will. Thank you, County Manager. And hello, distinguished County Board. I said good afternoon, but now good evening, everyone. My name is Candace Lopez. I'm an Assistant Director at the Department of Human Services, and I'm joined by my colleagues today, Patrick Leonard, the Senior Team Program Coordinator at Parks and Recreation, and Catherine Chiriboga, the Programs and Partnerships Librarian with Arlington County Libraries. We're excited to present our cross-departmental strategy for the creation of the Children and Youth Wellbeing Plan. Next slide. The goal of the Children and Youth Wellbeing Plan is really to engage with the Arlington community in the creation of a unified vision for Arlington youth well-being and a plan to get us there. We want to ensure that all youth have the opportunity to build protective factors and resiliency. We want to ensure that all caretakers and adults have the tools they need to support those youth, that the multitude of services available and supports meet the diverse cultural and linguistic needs of our community, and that we are coordinated in that work, that every service is an open door to another service, and that we have an array of services along the path as children age and grow. Next slide. In creating that vision, we'll be using a variety of tools. The one that we want to share with you today is the new take on the 8 dimensions of well-being. The 8 dimensions of well-being is a concept that's used by many universities, institutions, and government agencies such as SAMHSA. This tool liberally looks at the multifaceted aspects of humans to determine what are all the different areas where we need to thrive and succeed to be well. This tool that we're showing you here is a take on it that focuses on youth. It was created by a national child welfare system and really centers those most vulnerable in our community to determine what are their needs to being well. It looks at the 8 dimensions of safe and security, relationships, mental health, cognitive health, physical health, community, purpose, and environment. It's tools like this that we'll use to get us started on the conversation of what well-being means for the youth in Arlington. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Patrick, who's going to talk about who the plan is for and how we're going to engage them.
Thank you, Candace. So youth is a very broad term that spans many developmental milestones. Any work to address youth well-being requires nuance to address the needs during each phase. Our plan will focus on these 4 periods of development with a particular emphasis on overlapping stages. These critical transitional years are when families feel more tension and there's a greater opportunity for need. When thinking about strategically supporting varied ages in our large and increasingly diverse community, it is critical that we have many ideas, experiences, and expertise at the table. So who is at this table? We expect to lean on our colleagues from many departments who serve youth. We obviously want to hear from parents and families with both formal and informal connections to address their needs and concerns. Sorry, excuse me, apologies. Sorry, slide 5. The Arlington Child, Youth, and Wellbeing Plan will gather voices from a large section of Arlington. The list you see is a working list and is only intended to illustrate the scope with which we are hoping to engage those that are working with youth every day. We want to hear from kids already tapped into our services and programs, but also reach out to young people that might not yet be connected. We expect to lean on also our colleagues across many departments and serve youth and families. We obviously want to hear from families, both in informal and formal ways, to address their needs, concerns, and desires. Finally, community members at large. We have an incredible coalition of nonprofits, faith-based organizations, NGOs, and advocates that are motivated to make their communities, families, and children more resilient and secure. This list, with all of its know-how and pedigree, through a county-wide effort, we can make youth future-oriented and better prepared to thrive as adults. It will need to be focused and an intentional endeavor. Next slide, please. That intentionality is illustrated here on how we want to structure our work. County and school leadership's guidance is critical to the success of the plan. Suggested members would be department heads, board members, and race and equity officers to ensure that we're not leaving anyone missing in this process. The Arlington Youth Wellbeing Network, as suggested on the previous slide, would meet regularly and oversee the progress of the plan. The backbone staff, some of which are gathered here today, would own the plan, be responsible for the organization of the network, analyze data, report out to leadership, conduct engagements with community stakeholders. A key component of this staff are also teens. Giving voice and agency to teens, making sure they are driving the mission, and compensating them for their time and input is one of the things that sets this plan apart. More on that in a coming slide. Last and certainly not least is the public. Community voices of all that want to advocate for an improved well-being of any child in Arlington is welcome in the shape of this work. We will continually be seeking insight and support. Next slide. As mentioned before, youth voice is central to this plan. One aspect is to highlight our intention to hire teens as student assistants and have them work alongside our career staff. Not only will we be gaining co-workers that add great value to the plan, but we will be getting motivated and reliable teens that care deeply about improving the lives of their peers and neighbors. Student assistants would be mentored through this process, and it would make for an incredible first job. Think back to your first jobs. I'm sure they weren't leading governmental plans to guide policy. Mine certainly wasn't. We plan to select youth from all parts of the county to get a cross-section of many diverse experiences. We hope that these staff will lead meetings, workshops, engage their classmates, and provide valuable insight in what it means to be an Arlington. I'll pass it back to Candace to talk about our timeline.
Next slide. So as you can see in our timeline here, we're quite ambitious. We hope to kick off the planning this summer with an implementation launch and wrap up of fall of next year, 2026. What you'll see here is a robust beginning of the process where we hope to actually overlap several of the items concurrently to ensure that we're maximizing staff time when building the plan. We've actually started some of the work now, pulling together some of the data that already exists, creating some report cards, and starting to develop some of that asset mapping, understanding what already exists in the community, what's working really well, what's maybe not working so well, and where are the gaps and barriers. We hope that will put us in a good position to start drafting the plan spring of next year with an implementation in late summer, fall of next year. I'm going to hand it over to Catherine, who's going to talk a little bit more about the process. Next slide.
When developing this plan, we came up with this guiding principle to keep in mind throughout the process. Always considering the equity-based questions of who is benefiting from the county youth programs now, who is burdened and perhaps can't come to these countywide programs, and if they are missing, why, and to try to reach them as best we can. And what are we going to do about that? So Candace addressed the defining our concern and identifying the goal. We are here in an interdepartmental force to share our concerns and goals with our youth and children's well-being in Arlington County. And by identifying, we're working for the same goal and avoid duplicating efforts. Using and working with the available survey data to include but not limited to Arlington Public Schools Your Voice Matters surveys, the social emotional learning screeners, surveys from the Department of Human Services and Parks and Recreation to kind of start us on that path. We will look at all data, as mentioned, and when possible, use website analytics to develop our strategies to better support our community, and as stated, kind of have a draft ready by April or spring of next year, repeating the process with the different organizations, making sure that we are creating the most comprehensive child and youth well-being plan for our community with the adoption and implement the plan with the goal of fall 2026. Next slide, please. As you can see by our presence today, our backbone staff has mission statements in regard to youth well-being throughout the county and our different departments, and including Arlington Public Schools. So we're going to build off of our current work to create, again, one cohesive, comprehensive plan based on moving forward. Next slide, please. So as part of our informed and cohesive approach, always considering those equity-based questions of one words of who's benefiting, who is burdened, and who's missing. Again, using this formal and informal quantitative and qualitative and analysis data, and tap into the website analytics when possible. Using, as mentioned before, the Arlington Public Schools Your Voice Matters survey, Department of Human Services Child Care Risk and Reach Studies, Parks and Recreation's Youth Program Quality Survey, and including county capital improvement plans, public schools capital improvement plans, DHS plans, Arlington Partnership for Children and Youth and Family Charters and Plans, library plans, and so forth. Next slide, please, and handing it off to Candace.
Thank you. So as you can see, we're ready to get started. After this presentation, we hope to have your blessing and we can begin doing our outreach to some of our stakeholders to begin identifying those groups of students' assistants. We hope to hire them this summer so that they're ready to start with us this fall. We want to get those invitations out to the Youth Wellbeing Network, and we welcome your feedback and thoughts as we get started. We look forward to an amazing opportunity to collaborate. Next slide. Thank you. Any questions?
Colleagues, thank you so much. This is a lot of work as well. All 3 items today, Mr. Manager. So, colleagues, any questions? And, Mr. DeFerenti.
I'm mindful we're pressed for time, and a couple of times the 3 of you were trying to speak so quickly that you clipped words. But that's okay, because we want you to know we're so grateful for the work. And I know that in different ways I've had conversations with all colleagues who care a ton about this work. And prior colleagues, Katie Crystal, would be in this, and just super grateful. And the fact that it's a late hour does not mean that we are not excited to do it, and know that the key to it is the follow through that you will help us bring. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerenti. Other comments or questions, Ms. Coffey?
Thank you. Yeah, I am so grateful for this work and to see it moving forward. I think, I've said before, when you look at the national data on teen mental health, 2010 is when it kind of drops off a cliff. That was the primary years of my teenhood. And so I lived that firsthand. I've also said that, my anxiety disorder was developed in a Northern Virginia public high school. And I think it's only gotten harder to be a teenager. And I think it's only gotten harder around here to be a teenager. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves and each other to, not just do well, but be the best oftentimes. And I think really including that youth voice is, to me, the most important thing, and also translating between, kids may not always have the words to express what it is that they are experiencing or what they need. And so that's where I see kind of the iterative process of having collaborators as adults that can really hear underneath what kids are able to tell us, and bring that into the policy language, right? Like, what does that mean for us up here? And so I'm really, really grateful, not only just my blessing, but my active support and hopefully participation in this process. And, normally I probably would say more, but we are running out of time here. I mean, we've run out of time, but I think it's really, this is very, very personal for me. And I think it's really important work that we're going to do that I hope will address, generations of Arlington's kids to come.
I'll keep it short too. Just huge thank you, and really looking forward to the work. It's an old adage that it takes a village to raise a kid, and Arlington is our village, and the work that each of you do every day and your colleagues behind you, amazing things happen, not by chance, but in moments in our parks, in our libraries, and in our human services. So thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you for all the work you will be doing to stitch it all together and inspire us and help guide our policy.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain.
Yes, I echo what my two colleagues have stated. There are two things I want to bring up, and maybe the county manager can answer this for me. There's a slide here you had about, if you could pull the slide back up, about your key stakeholders. It was who will participate. Can you pull that slide back up for a second? While we're getting at that slide, I'll just tell you what I'm looking at. Okay, here we go. I have, y'all playing with me here. Great job on identifying this working list of community voices. But we can speak offline, but I think there are still some organizations that are missing. And we can speak again offline. I won't echo that here, but where I would ask you to look at is, when we approved our race grants a few months ago, there in itself was a large group of organizations, many of whom are tied closely with youth. I don't see all their names here, but we can talk offline about that. And also, I guess finally, I'm curious to know, as we perform this level of outreach and we have our equity analysis and equity lens on, right, ensuring we don't leave anyone behind, have we brought in our very own race and equity programs manager? I know this is an interdepartmental type initiative, but is that team involved with this, Mark, at all?
Yeah, the answer to your second question is yes. And on your first question, I would note this is a working list. We talked a lot about the plan, but I think we spent even more time about whether we should put this slide in the presentation.
You should have known why.
Because we knew we left somebody out. So we appreciate that, and this is not exclusive, and we really welcome, especially people out there who are saying, I have something to add on that. Please, we'll just make the table bigger.
That's the issue when you start putting names out on lists, is that someone's always going to feel as though they were left out. And I know that's not what we're trying to do in this inclusive process. So thank you, everyone, for this. And I look forward to something, Ms. Coffey stated. I raised 3 of my children went through Arlington Public Schools. And with the youth, we're in some very hard times right now. And if you still have youth in schools, the challenges, the societal ills that are out there that are affecting them, in sharp comparison to when I grew up, are alarming. What they're being approached and how they're being engaged each and every day, and what they have to deal with, all of my kids suffered, okay? And I know many others who have. And if you don't have the resources, right, to get needed help, if you don't have the programming in place to get help, these folks end up by the wayside. And I know we're trying to capture that here in this process, and I again commend you, and I'll be following this closely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. I have nothing to add to all this. The brevity of our reaction is inversely proportional to the importance we assign to this. Absolutely. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to thank staff. And then the last comment before we move to the next item is that Julie Crawford and the superintendent are heavily involved in this, and this will not work at all unless we have strong participation from the schools and we have that commitment. So just because they're not here, I don't want people to think that they're not a critical part of this. So thank you.
They were prominently represented in the slide.
Yes.
With ramifications and cascading effects. Thank you. Before we go to our regular hearing items, we have a switch of hats to perform here. We will transform ourselves into the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. That begins with a motion. I move to recess the county board and convene as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Ms. Coffey. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham and Mr. DeFerranti, how did you vote?
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. The county board is now in recess, and I call to order the annual meeting of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. We will first receive a presentation of the annual audit report and 2025 special assessment reports. Mr. Freese, Ms. Cowan, you have the floor.
Great. Hi, my name is Michelle Cowan. I am Deputy County Manager and also the Treasurer of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, joined quickly by Jason Freese from the Department of Management and Finance, online Mark McCauley from Arlington Economic Development, as well as our external bond counsel, Mike Graff, and then our CDA administrator from Unicap, Max Haskes. And last but not least, my dear colleague, Mark Schwartz, the Assistant Treasurer of the Ballston Quarter Community Development
A demotion.
No, so I will, at the end of this very, very brief presentation, will walk you through the actions that we're asking you to take this evening in your role as the CDA board. A quick refresher, as you know, the Community Development Authority was established back in 2016 when we were working through the redevelopment and revitalization of what was on the Ballston Common Wall. We formed the CDA to help be part of the public-private partnership for the overall redevelopment effort. As you all know, Ballston is one of our core hubs in the county, a great mixed-use place with residential, retail, and great business presence, and we wanted to keep that going, a long tradition of public-private partnership there, beginning with the Ballston Common Mall, as well as the Iceplex and all of those things. Back in 2016, the CDA was formed to create, or to be able to issue bonds as part of that public-private partnership to do the Ballston Quarter redevelopment. I want to note from a technical perspective, the bonds that were issued have no general fund support. I want to be clear, there's no tax support on those bonds. The bonds that were issued to help support some of that infrastructure related to Ballston Quarter are backed by an incremental pledge of sales, meals, and real estate taxes generated by the redevelopment. In addition, there were two series of bonds that were issued. The second, Series A and Series B, getting technical on you, the Series B bonds are backed by a special assessment that is paid solely by the property owner, Brookfield. As you might recall, for last year about this time, we executed a refinancing of the Series A bonds and to better align with the redevelopment plans for Ballston at the time, as well as, our anticipated revenues. We made no change to that second series of bonds that I mentioned are backed by the special assessment. I want you to know, good news, I don't know if you've driven in Ballston lately. There are things happening at the Macy's sites and demolition is going on. We're really thrilled in talking to the developer that, they're really intense right now on the permitting process. Their financing plans are being locked in now, which is also really important given the environment that we're in, and that they are hopefully on track for opening, if you will, or substantial completion in 2028. All of this is in line with the refinancing that we presented to you last spring. So revenues are on track, debt service payments are being made fully and on time. And like I said, the special assessments have been made on time and fully. So what's in front of you tonight, this is your annual meeting, and so you will be asked to approve a resolution, but what's included in that resolution is the election of officers, or, you all as a CDA board again. Secondly, the presentation of an acceptance of the annual audit report, no audit findings, everything is in line. And then third, it's your approval of that special assessment that I mentioned, which is backing that Series B bonds, so that Brookfield can then go ahead and pay and then make those debt service payments. So that's it in a nutshell. Jason or Mark, is there anything that you guys would want to add?
Mr. Clerk, of the Ballston Quarter Authority. We need to see the resolution on screen. Awesome. Now we can see the resolution. Is that the entire resolution? Yes, it's the entire resolution. So then,
I'll move adoption of the resolution.
yeah,
Second.
it is moved by by Authority Board Member, Boston Quarter Authority Board Member, Mrs. Spain, and seconded by Ms. Coffey. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
That was made by Mr. DeFerranti.
Oh, but Mr. DeFerranti, sorry, Mr. DeFerranti. I restate the vote. It was motion by Mr. DeFerranti and seconded by Ms. Coffey.
That's correct.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. DeFerranti, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Is there any other business to come before the authority?
I believe not.
It is not. Without objection, the Boston Quarter Community Development Authority is adjourned, and we are reconvened as the Arlington County Board. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. We are now ready to begin with our regular business finally for this evening. Mr. Clerk, please call the... yes, we have to do dinner, yes. Do we have? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. 12 minutes. Okay. Okay. So we are going to take 10 minutes for dinner. Thank you. So we haven't reconvened yet, so I haven't gobbled it in.
No earlier than 7 o'clock p.m.
Perfect.
7, good. We have dinner?
Clarendon Live Entertainment use permit reviews no earlier than 7 o'clock p.m. We really appreciate your patience tonight. It's been a busy afternoon.
Are you sure that this was only? Okay. The Arlington County Board is back in session. We are now ready to begin with our regular business for tonight. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Yes, of course. The first and only regular hearing item for tonight is item number 44, A through U. All are use permit and site plan reviews for live entertainment or live entertainment and dancing or outdoor seating for establishments in the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group.
Thank you. Mr. Manager,
Yeah,
over to you for...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joined by Cedric Sutherland, Aaron Miller, and Lieutenant Riccio from the Police Department. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sutherland to start the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Hello, my name is Cedric Sutherland. I'm an associate planner with the County Planning Division. I have been serving as the county's liaison to the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group, known as the CLEG, for the last few years. With me, I have Aaron Miller from the County Manager's Office, who can discuss specific questions related to public safety. Additionally, other staff members from Arlington County Police, Code Enforcement, Zoning Enforcement, are present as well to assist with the conversation. As background, the CLEG was created in the early 2000s to coordinate the county's engagement with the concentration of entertainment venues in Clarendon. Further, the Clarendon Sector Plan has noted that the Clarendon area has been a destination for dining and entertainment for over 50 years. The number of establishments has fluctuated through the years with restaurant openings and closings. Currently, the CLEG consists of 21 establishments. However, only 20 are actively operating as restaurants with live entertainment. Every 2 years, the CLEG establishments with valid use permit for live entertainment are reviewed collectively by the county board with an administrative review in the intervening years. In addition, staff coordinates biannual meetings of the CLEG, including management from the establishments, representatives from the surrounding and civic associations, citizens, county staff from police, fire marshal's office, inspection services division, zoning, public health, and planning. Since the last review period in May 2023, staff has conducted an administrative review in 2024. During the current review period, coordinated inspections occurred by all pertinent reviewing agencies. No violations of the building code were noted by code enforcement and the fire marshal's office. Inspection services division issued 7 citations for violations of the noise control ordinance. Zoning found minor infractions by a few establishments regarding training for intervention procedures known as TIPS for restaurant employees. TIPS training is a tool that educates restaurant employees about safe alcohol beverage sales procedures, partly a function of high turnover in hiring staff. Establishments that have staff without their TIPS training are working with their recently hired employees to complete this training. Other zoning violations include noncompliance with required postings about on-site parking locations and available public transit options in the area. Now we'll turn it over to Aaron Miller to go over public safety aspects of the CLEG.
Good evening, members of the board. As part of the renewal, one of the items that we look at is public safety calls for service. What you can see is calls for service, and this is as a sum total for all the CLEG establishments for the 2-year review period. You'll notice that after a fairly significant increase for the 2-year review period, the previous year review period that we have seen a downward trend in the overall calls for service, but we had seen an increase in loud noise calls. When we break down that data, we see that about 65% of the loud noise calls over the past 2 years have been limited to 2 establishments. One of them was early on in the fall of 2024, where there was a change in management. And since then, we've been successful in addressing that, and that establishment has received several civil citations for loud noise for violations of the ordinance. And the other is a series of establishments that are currently closed. Next slide, please. I'll talk a little bit about, you may remember it came before the county board talking about some enhanced enforcement in the fall of 2024. At that time, the county board committed to provide some additional resources for the police department, code enforcement, the Office of Fire Marshal, to provide additional enforcement and presence on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. As part of this, we had a reset of expectations for business owners and operators. At the permit conditions at that time, we made sure that all owners and operators had copies of their permit conditions, had basic information like capacity numbers, and hours of operation, so that there were no questions about the boundaries and limits that were imposed by the permits. Our code enforcement and fire marshal officials have been going out multiple times per month with a focus on life safety, fire and life safety issues such as overcrowding, occupancy, illegal operations, operating without a certificate of occupancy, and the like. That has proven fairly successful, and we've got a few success stories in how that's operating. We are going to be continuing this and actually adding more to our already enhanced schedule, starting with the fiscal 2026 budget. The county board provided support for permanent staffing for the Office of Fire Marshal to be able to be on site for Friday, Saturday, and Sundays throughout every week to supplement the police department's Clarendon detail, and as well to continue to have code enforcement staff present a number of times throughout the month, and then for special events as well. Next slide, please. In spring and summer, we're going to continue our compliance-first approach and attempt to address issues informally. A lot of times with the high staff turnover, as was noted, you've got individuals that simply don't understand the rules, and so there is a constant drum of education and seeking to have everybody understand the rules that apply. We do continue to adjust our enforcement approaches based on our commitment to safety. So, as I mentioned, first and foremost, we want to make sure that life safety and public safety is at the top of the list. There is an ongoing streamlining of permit conditions, and you'll see as part of this, as the manager's recommendation that comes out, there's some language that's being removed, and then you'll also hear a little bit about some of the other streamlining, so that we can again establish very clearly what the boundaries are for each operating entity. Following any board action, there will be another round of expectation setting for business owners and operators, wherein the police department will provide paper copies of newly approved permits, those conditions as they changed, and capacity numbers, so that we can affirmatively say that every business owner and operator has received a copy of that. The other thing that we're going to do is, in the next slide I'll show you, we have a handy map for all of the police officers and public safety officials that are going to be out, with the address, restaurant, or establishment name, and the description. And so, as you can see, live entertainment, dancing, outdoor seating, et cetera, to be able to have at our fingertips the types of permits and permit conditions that exist, as well as this will have updated capacity numbers reflected with it, so that it is not a question of, oh, this establishment has X, Y, and Z, this one has A, B, and C. We've got that information at our fingertips, and it is a lot easier for our officers who are charged with enforcement of rules and regulations. The other thing that we're going to look to do is to continue to enhance visibility of public safety and enforcement using a variety of the tools that we have at our disposal. So things like portable temporary cameras on busy nights You'll see those out. You'll see some additional high visibility approaches to enforcement. In some nightlife districts, for instance, what you'll see is the officers out with their reflective vests, right? We want to make sure that people understand that we've got public safety officials out there, that they are there, they're easily identified, easily seen, that not only our owners and operators can see them, but community members and patrons who may be frequenting the district. I'll turn it back over to Cedric to talk about our latest Clarendon Live Entertainment Group meeting.
Thank you. In terms of public engagement, staff has received a letter from the Lion Village Civic Association identifying areas of noncompliance that residents observed, such as propped open doors and windows, number of police calls, nuisance impacts from patrons transversing the neighborhoods, the residential parts of the neighborhoods. Additionally, the Citizens Association has requested additional proactive enforcement by zoning, as well as a 6-month review for problematic establishments. Additionally, staff has received a letter from a resident of Lion Village, more targeted at the Cocoa Bees and Bee Live establishments regarding loud noise from those establishments prior to their closing in 2024. The resident would like the board to further restrict their permitted hours of live entertainment should the county board renew the use permits at these locations. Staff has also contacted the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and Lion Park, who have not provided comment on the renewals. Ashland Heights recommended discontinuance of Don Tito due to numerous violations. And the Boston, Virginia Square Civic Association defers to the Clarendon Courthouse. Additionally, staff has reached out to the Clarendon Alliance, who supports the renewal of all the establishments, as well as the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. The CLEG meets twice a year, which includes staff, establishment operators, residents, and other community stakeholders, with the most recent meeting this past Wednesday, May 7th. During the meeting, public safety staff provided an update on the progress of increased nighttime enforcement activities. As stated in the letter from Lion Village, the members of the community indicated that they are still observing noncompliance by some establishments regarding the adverse impacts of live entertainment. Related to noise, again, operating outside their permitted hours and propping open of doors and windows. Again, they requested that zoning also participate in the coordinated enforcement efforts, as they are the agency responsible for enforcing the use permit conditions that regulate these operational issues. The meeting also included a discussion regarding compliance with TIPS training and what, if anything, the county could do to help the establishments with compliance with the condition outside the times of inspections for administrative and county board reviews. Through the discussion, staff learned that operators were confused about which certifications for safe alcohol service were acceptable. For clarification, TIPS is a branded training that is administered by private firms who charge a fee for those trainings. The Virginia Alcohol and Beverage Control, or VABC, offers free online training certifications. Though the conditions allow for certification other than TIPS, the operators were not aware that it was an option. Staff is following up with the operators, has followed up with the operators to inform them that it is an acceptable alternative to the TIPS branded training. Also, they can find other trainings, comparable trainings administered by VABC. Additionally, the operator of Smokecraft extended an invitation to other establishments to join the TIPS training that he schedules for his employees periodically throughout the year. Lastly, a resident raised concern with Mr. Days regarding loud music. Noted on March 15th of this year that DJ was playing music outside beginning at 11 a.m. It was also noted that the surrounding streets were blocked off by ACPD. Through that conversation, staff identified that this was a result of a special events permit, which we subsequently confirmed that Mr. Days obtained from our special events coordinator. And the resident inquired if staff can add a condition restricting Mr. Days from having those special events. No other concerns were raised during the meeting. To summarize, the county manager's recommendation is for the renewal of all active live entertainment establishments except for Chicken and Whiskey, which is recently closed, along with discontinuance of associated outdoor cafe permissions at several locations that are now allowed by right. At the conclusion of the future of outdoor dining study or food study in July 2023, the zoning ordinance was amended to make this about right use, subject to an outdoor cafe license administered by the Real Estate Bureau. Lastly, during the overhaul of the conditions in November 2022, during the review of the CLEG, permission for dancing was inadvertently added to all establishments. Dancing is a separate use request. Staff is making technical edits to ensure that the establishment's conditions reflect what the board granted prior to those revisions. If you could bear with me, this is a long list of county manager's recommendations. Therefore, we're recommended to adopt ordinances A and B with the 1-year administrative review and the county board review in 2 years, while discontinuing the permission for outdoor cafe at item A. Renew items C through R and T through U with an administrative review in 1 year and the county board review in 2 years, and discontinue the permission for the outdoor cafe at Northside Social. Item P, discontinue the use permit for outdoor cafe at Nettie's, formerly was Be Live. And lastly, item S, discontinue the use permit for live entertainment and dancing at Chicken and Whiskey. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I believe that this concludes your presentation, correct? Right. So, Mr. Clerk, are there applicants? Can we hear from applicants?
I believe we do have a number of applicants in attendance and online available for questions. I will defer as to whether or not we have an applicant presentation.
So we don't have a presentation.
I don't think any applicants are going to provide it, but they're here to speak.
I'm just asking because we had a list of applicants here, but I don't know if somebody wants to say something. Normally, we give the opportunity to applicants to say something.
Yeah,
so then,
a number of them in attendance.
Does this mean that we can go on to public testimony?
Advisory groups, public testimony. Yes, we do have a number of
Yes,
speakers.
we have speakers. Please call them up.
Absolutely. One moment. Alrighty, can everybody see me? Our first public speaker on this item, speaking for 2 minutes, is Dana Small, followed by Ms. Christy Smith.
Okay.
And you can raise the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You can raise the podium a little bit so that it's more comfortable for you. On the right side. On your right side, yes, exactly. Awesome.
This is very fancy.
Well, we hope that's comfortable.
It is, thank you. I recognize that these are difficult times. I know today was a tough day in particular. I look forward to seeing how everything ended out, and I appreciate the staff's workload. However, after years, staff reports have misrepresented compliance with use permit restrictions. Despite repeated violations of operating hours, hosting of outdoor live entertainment, and broadcast of live entertainment to the street, staff continues to recommend renewal of live permits without any accountability. I just don't understand. I've talked about so many of these issues until I'm blue in the face. People have engaged over and over with many of you, and people in the community are losing interest in participating. They're now telling me, what's the point? This is a waste of time. And I'm here as a sign of like optimism, as I will never give up in trying to be heard. And I know you do want to hear. I believe that, because I believe that everybody here is about community. Otherwise, you wouldn't be spending so many long hours doing this and listening to every bit of minutia that people have. I did see they reported correctly there is a decrease in complaints because Cocoa Bees and Bee Live have been completely closed. Buena Vida stopped having a live DJ on the roof because it wasn't compatible with their new tenant, Green Pig Bistro. I would say it was not compatible with our location at all. So yes, there's been a decrease for those, and that was significant because for the most part, it's 4 bars that just have no respect for their surrounding neighborhoods. And I also just wanted to provide the Bee Live in particular and Cocoa Bees. Here's their roof. There's a big parking lot. Here's our neighborhood. The sound just projects right in there. It's an old furniture store. When I moved here, it's not like modern glass construction like Renegade or some of these other places that are more suitable. We didn't hear the bar sound at Wilson Hardware or the other places that are more suitably.
Ms. Small, if you can conclude.
Okay, I'm just going to read my 3 bullets then, since I said so much else. I'm just asking you to please reduce the live music hours. 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. on weekends is excessive for this location. It's right in the middle of our neighborhood. It's a glass building. I hear it, every single word. Strict enforcement. Violations have been ignored in the past. That must end. Meaningful consequences must be implemented. And no outdoor live music, rooftop and outdoor entertainment should be grounds for losing their live permit. They know they're not supposed to do that, and they do that. It's just absolutely absurd.
Thank you, Ms. Small.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
The
Small.
next
Our
speaker,
next
please.
speaker is Ms. Christy Smith joining us virtually, followed over 3 minutes by Jay Brodsky.
Good evening, distinguished board. Good evening, residents and business owners of Clarendon. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. My request for speaking is specifically related to noise in the area of Clarendon. We live and work in a very vibrant community, and I really enjoy this neighborhood. And my request here this evening is to ask the board for your consideration in helping us find a balance in supporting live entertainment, businesses, restaurants, and bars in this area with community residents who have families and need some sort of quiet hours or relief from extended periods of loud music and revelry. In particular, I have a concern with Mr. Days, who does seem to have a very rowdy patronage on Sunday afternoons when there are some specific sporting team events. And then in particular, their Rally in the Alley event that occurred on March 15th, 2025. Their audio testing started with a live DJ at 11:17 a.m. and continued for 10 hours until well after 9 p.m. that evening. That was a very long, extended period of time to endure as a resident, and the families nearby. Definitely, I heard last week, as Mr. Cedric noted, multiple people did make noise complaints to police, and now found out need to specifically go to code violations. So thank you for your time this evening, and that concludes my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Our next speaker speaking for 3 minutes is Jay Brodsky, and if you give me a moment, I understand we have slides.
Good evening. Correct.
That's all I get.
Awesome.
Our computer is not being agreeable. There we go.
Mr. Chair, County Board members, Mr. County Manager, my name is Jay Brodsky, and I've been a happy resident of Lion Village for nearly 20 years. I wish, though, that I were as carefree as CPHD. Next slide. They sent you a report last week gleefully noting that only 641 calls to the police stemmed from use permits this board approved 2 years ago. Next slide. They were satisfied that it took only 7 months and the arrival of winter to resolve last year's weekly flaunting of the conditions set in Buena Vida's permit. Next slide. They were pleased to gaslight our neighbors in Ashton Heights about Don Tito's overlooking 103 police calls and an actual official complaint about noise issued last April. Next slide. Now, I and many others live close to this entertainment district, but this county adopted a noise control ordinance to deal with such proximity. Next slide. And this doesn't explain the runaround I got from the police, who sent me to code enforcement for noise issues, who sent me to zoning for compliance issues, who somehow got fire involved. Next slide. I couldn't enjoy my backyard after 4 or 5 p.m. on the weekends last summer and fall. My house, a 1929 solid brick structure, was thumping well past 10 p.m. on Sundays. And yet, the zoning department's database shows just a single accepted complaint for Cocoa Bees because enforcement has a policy of marking all subsequent complaints as a duplicate when an investigation is underway at an address, regardless of its topic or incident date. I appreciate that you've listened to our concerns and added money to the budget to fund weekend enforcement. Next slide. But this minimal coverage by code and fire isn't sufficient. In just the last few weeks, Bar Bow and Don Tito and Clarendon Ballroom have flaunted the rules in the permits you're asked to approve tonight, from the negotiated hours of operation, next slide, to the requirements to keep windows and doors closed. Next slide. To the necessity to attend CLEG meetings and to train staff on appropriate alcohol service procedures. There is clearly no plan to enforce these permit conditions. Now, there are many establishments here tonight who are great neighbors, but the handful who can't seem to follow their permitted hours, who can't keep their windows closed, who can't attend the CLEG meetings, can't prove they've completed their TIPS training, and can't keep the noise down, need to understand that there are consequences for their behavior. Next slide. I ask you tonight to reinforce to zoning enforcement in these scofflaw businesses that these rules are written to be followed. I ask you to reject the renewals for those establishments who've shown a repeated wanton disregard for the permit terms. And finally, I ask you to set these renewals on a shorter time frame so we can reevaluate how the situation has evolved this fall and plot a proper course. Let's face it. If you don't make it clear to county staff and these businesses that we all expect compliance with the conditions negotiated and approved by this board, let's just stop wasting our time with permitting and let anarchy reign in the Clarendon night.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. The next speaker, please.
Give me a moment. Our next and final speaker for the evening is John Carton, representing the Lion Village Association.
This is John Carton. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lion Village Citizens Association. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Carton.
Okay. Well, we welcome the increased real-time patrols in Clarendon. However, we heard at the live entertainment meeting on May 7th that so far these patrols have just been 2 nights out of a month. So instead of having like 12 nights coverage, there's only 2. So I'm hopeful when we're hearing that there's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday coverage in the 26 budget. Hopefully that's the case. Because what happens is when they're not patrolling, when code enforcement is, the police are responsible for any enforcement. And the police are generally too busy with more important matters to be able to respond to complaints in real time. And that's understandable with their, staffing issues. The police also don't know the terms and conditions of the use permits. So they don't really know what a use permit violation is. And they tell us that right up front. Now, the staff report noted that there were 641 phone calls to the Arlington police about these permits in the last 2 years. That's a lot of incidents. Don Tito's, for instance, had 103 calls, including 9 labeled as loud. This is also a lot of calls for one establishment. Barbow on Clarendon Boulevard routinely has 2 serving windows and a side door propped open on the east side of their building. This is every night, and it's, the temperature is 55 and above it will be open. That means the loud music blasts out into the courtyard. This is a direct violation of the use permit conditions. The review process is shallow and distant from the reality of what really happens out there in the streets of Clarendon every weekend. The reality is that there were persistent live entertainment complaints through the spring and summer and fall of 2024 that are not reflected by the report. But we welcome, this additional staffing that's going to take place. But we hope that it will be focused on these sorts of violations that we've been routinely seeing. As it has been mentioned, several of the real problem establishments consistently don't attend the once every 6-month CLEG meetings. The CLEG attendees tend to be the establishments that respect the rules. And we appreciate those folks, those businesses that abide by the rules. Nothing seems to happen to the delinquent establishments for not attending these required meetings. So despite the reported very recent twice monthly visits from the fire marshal and code enforcement that we were told about, the same old problems are already taking place. And this is before the busy summer months. Once it gets warm, the activity picks up. A recent walkthrough through the on Sunday nights up there in Clarendon turned up the same problematic issues. So it's ongoing. 2 new establishments preparing to open, and we understand they have advertisements that have already appeared on the internet for a multi-establishment pub crawl in mid-June with entertainment and DJs on the rooftop and patio. Of course, that's not permitted. But they'll be performing during hours that extend outside the very use permits that the board will be considering in this meeting. So we request that the board demand real-time weekly enforcement of these violations by qualified county personnel who are knowledgeable of the rules. We're hopeful that after hearing tonight, this is going to take place in 2026 starting on July 1st. Because twice a month does very little. Most of the establishments consistently abide by the rules. It's only a handful of bars that routinely ignore the use permit conditions and noise violation ordinances. This is where the enforcement crackdown needs to take place. We know the county can do better, and we also request that the problem establishments be placed on a 6-month review rather than allowed to continue for another 2 years. Thank you very much for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Carton. Are there any more public speakers?
There are no further speakers.
So then the discussions with the board, colleagues, we can start with a motion for purposes of discussion, but we can also go with a round of questions.
Could I speak? My name is Bobby Lee for days. Could I speak, please?
Sir, I do believe that you have to register. Can you identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Bobby Lee, Mr. Day Sports Rock Cafe.
Well,
and the rally in the.
So, we asked applicants. So, okay, I will allow that for now.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just want to correct the record.
2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes, if you can be short. Yep.
Yes, sir. With all due respect, the person that was saying that the rally went into 11 o'clock, that is not true. She is mistaken. The rally ended at 7. The Arlington County Police will attest to that. We had a crew out and they cleaned the street. It was an orderly community event that supports a charity, the Reach Out Foundation, which has done tremendous work over the 25 years that we were in Clarendon, feeding the families on Thanksgiving, sending them turkeys and chickens and whatever and all the fixings. We were one of the initial sponsors of the 9/11 run, and we wound up for years feeding the runners, providing food to the runners. We closed like half a block of the street was closed, and so as far as that goes, the rally, I'm with respectfully say that the lady is mistaken. Well, as far as Sunday rowdiness and Mr. Days, we're not that busy, unfortunately. I wouldn't condone rowdiness, but we've been a member of the community. We're back now, and we were a member for over 25 years. And if you check with the police records, I don't think you'll see that we are a problem establishment. I just wanted to clear the record up, and I appreciate your consideration and your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So we're back to our conversation here. Colleagues, questions? I see Mr. Spain's light.
I just thank you, staff, for the presentation, and I'm not sure how much time we're going to spend here, but I do have some questions, and I just want to thank everyone who has come out today and gave their testimony. And I also want to applaud, our team. We understand, FY26 in the budget, $793,000 overtime for Clarendon Nightlife. That's a good bit of change. I just want to also state, to John Carton and to Jay, thank you for coming out here today and giving us a presentation. Being one of the newest members here, I'm a bit concerned because, what good is there to have rules if they're not going to be enforced? Okay, we can start at that point. I hear what's going on. I hear the concern about the police perhaps not being trained on permits. So, Aaron and the team, could you answer the question, are our police department, are they trained in any level as it relates to use permits and what people can and cannot do? The ones that are out there on Clarendon Nightlife, do they have any training?
They do know the use permit conditions. They do have that information, but those are not criminal violations. Of these use permits are not criminal offenses. The only offense that the police department is able to provide citations for, obviously, are criminal in nature, but they do work with code enforcement to provide attestations as legally required so that code enforcement can, pursuant to their authority, provide noise violation citations. Does that answer the question?
And I guess, something else we're going to need to I need to understand, given the limitations, like there has to be a threshold, like on these violations, and then something that triggers, I think, a review of the permit, because going 2 years is a long. Can you talk to that a little bit?
I'll start, and then I'll let Cedric and others from CPHC jump in, and maybe the county attorney too. The use permits are binary. It's a yes, no. There's nothing built into the administrative regulations about that sort of threshold or 2 or 3 violations of the use permit conditions, et cetera, to be able to impose any sort of additional penalties for violation. It is strictly binary, as it is a use permit issued by the county board. It only does apply, just so you know, to the live entertainment portion. It has no impact on alcohol sales, anything like that. Certificate of occupancy separate, obviously, and so it's very binary right now. It's either yes or no.
You said some staff was going to lean in, or
I didn't know if anybody else wanted to weigh in on it.
In terms of a threshold. Something that staff has considered before, but trying to find that balance is something that we're still looking at, and what what threshold is there? The frequency. You say somebody can have 3 loud noise violations, but if they have 1 call every 3 months, does that rise to the level of bringing them back to the board to hear that, or is it something that's consecutive? That's something we still have to work out internally as we consider that.
Yeah, and I think, I know my colleagues may have some additional questions, and I don't know if we're going to do 2 rounds on this, but I think that's what we're hearing, right? I think I'm hearing from the community. All of them have given us our flowers about being folks on the board who are going to listen to the community. But when we have repeated violations of specific establishments, right, I think we need to implement and at least consider reviews and do some level of targeted enforcement for perhaps some of these venues. Again, I know we're still considering perhaps what that threshold may be, but this is of a unique concern, and I understand binary yes versus no. But whether that gets to the 6-month type review on certain projects, certain venues, again, maybe I don't want to make any determination right now, but we've heard a lot. I know I have, and I think we need to find out a solution, because what we have going on right now, in my opinion, is really not passed in muster. I understand that folks live in these communities as an entertainment district. But we all have to live together in peace and harmony. And if folks are blasting noise at 1 o'clock in the morning, that's a concern, okay? That we need to, go ahead, Mark, I'm sorry.
Well, no, just if the chair is okay, I just wanted to add a couple of points. And I appreciate what you said, Mr. Spain. This wasn't covered in the presentation, but I think I heard Mr. Brodsky, and I hope people will assume good intentions on the part of staff. We're not trying to gaslight anybody here, but I think that I'd like to go through a few points that I think are really important. One is, as you noted, the specific line item we have in the police department budget for overtime is the biggest line item we have in our departmental budget. But, and Lieutenant Riccio can talk about this, the police got a lot to do when they're out there. The crowds are a very large size, so to expect them to really be involved in the noise enforcement is, I think, asking a lot, which is the reason why, and I think the board all acknowledged, we had a very tough budget. We added a position in Clarendon, and Aaron can talk about the viability of if that person's coming on July 1st. But I don't want it to be lost on people. We've got a lot of competing dynamics here. One is we prefer people to voluntarily comply. So we don't have a list of the number of times we've gone and told people, cut it out, stop having your door open, lower the window. There's a long list of that. Now, that doesn't excuse it. We also have the challenge of we want to make sure we support a vibrant restaurant district. But again, against that, we have some actors, I think, here who are not playing by the rules. I acknowledge that. I'm definitely open to a 6-month comeback on this, because that will allow us, hopefully, to get some additional staff on site. And I will say, and Cedric mentioned this in his presentation, the turnover of staffing at these establishments turns out, from my perspective, to be the biggest challenge we have. We've gone to some of these places and educated the staff, and Cedric can speak to this, the staff turnover quite quickly. So that becomes a question of how enforceable we can get the owners to be. And I just want to be clear with everybody, and the county attorney can comment on this. Civil citations won't cut it for some of these establishments. They just won't, and we talked about this before. So you have to balance all of that. I think that there are some establishments that aren't taking it seriously, and Cedric can talk about who showed up at the CLEG meeting. But I just want to make sure that if you shut off the live entertainment permit, that's it. That's the only tool you have. Okay, and so there's a balance here. I don't want people to think somehow that we can go down and make this a perfect place. That's just not going to happen. The ambient noise that happens in Clarendon violates the noise ordinance as it is, without the restaurants going on. So what I'm telling you is it's a delicate balance. I would admit in certain places I don't think we get the balance correct. That's why we're bringing more resources to it. And I'm open to a 6-month conversation depending on certain establishments. And I think Aaron Schreiber made the point, you have to craft the provisions very carefully and precisely to make sure what you're asking for.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager, and I appreciate the openness to some level of 6 month coming back and looking at it. Thanks.
So Ms. Coffey and then Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. I think to the point about use permits being the only thing that we control, can anyone comment on the involvement of Virginia ABC in all of these conversations? I know that is a process that is extraordinarily divorced from the county's control, though I think many people, I have talked with neighbors, I live in Clarendon, I've talked with many neighbors who assume that Arlington County is actually the ones who provide the alcohol license for these establishments, and I'm wondering what degree of interaction and responsiveness we get from Virginia ABC.
I'll take that one. Like many state enforcement agencies, Virginia ABC has been hit with a number of staff reductions and cuts. The staff for this area are very limited, but they do cooperate with us when we bring forward to them significant issues. We have, without getting into too many details, we're working on some issues right now of underage drinking and illegal serving and some things like that with ABC that we're trying to bring to conclusion. And so in that way, we have found them to be cooperative. I will also say that the Commonwealth's ABC regulations for mixed beverage and beer and wine are also sometimes make it difficult for us to create instances where we can bring things forward for ABC. An example is the 65-45 split between food and beverage is a great example, right? The way that is accounted for and the structure for how that is audited that is an ABC decision. That is not something that we get the luxury of being able to weigh in on. And so some of those, as you mentioned, some of the ability for us to offer additional oversight or for us to have what we see on the ground impact some of the operations is severely limited in that measure.
Thank you. And then, I think I appreciate the community engagement because I really am hearing a desire to find the correct balance, right? Like no one's here saying like Clarendon should shut down. We don't want this here, which I think is a direction that, I very much could understand this conversation going with the level of impact. And so I really do appreciate the constructive nature to which the community is coming to the table. And in that vein, right, like I think it is about looking for the balance between letting people have the business models that they have, but also adhering to the rules and restrictions that I think are very reasonable that we have put on them. And so I know we've talked about a overall study in terms of nightlife district and enforcement. I'd be interested in hearing a little bit about, perhaps from Mr. Schreiber, where/when we think that might come up. And then I think to Mr. Spain's questions and points, right? Like, how do we create, perhaps through a nightlife study, let's say, a threshold for when something has reached, 3 times in 1 month, is that the right place to say, okay, no, we can't do this? Like if you can't hold it together enough, we have to pull our permit because you clearly don't care about the provisions of that.
The 2 instances in which a live entertainment permit, 2 off the top of my head, it has been because of criminal activity. It has been because of significant criminal activity or life safety violations, which is why to the team that is out there, we tell them, let's really focus hard on fire and life safety violations so that when we see those rise to the top, we know automatically that is a sort of a line that we don't want crossed. And so
Sure, I would just say I've been involved in a couple of those discontinuances of live entertainments, but as Mr. Miller mentioned, those have all been based upon severe criminal activity, also with the involvement of Virginia ABC in some of those instances. In the absence of any study that would give us further guidance in terms of what would be an appropriate threshold, I would just ask if there is a desire to look at any of these establishments in a shorter time frame. I would just ask that you enumerate exactly which of those establishments you do find to be worthy of a shorter review, and also to provide some guidance. Guidance would help us because we do not have any thresholds that would say things such as, there is no performance standard in the zoning ordinance that says X number of violations equals discontinuance. That is somewhat subjective, but hearing from the board would give us better guidance so that we know exactly what information you're looking for, so that to the degree there needs to be any additional proactive enforcement. And I would just once again like to stress that zoning enforcement is not a proactive enforcement, that is reactive. Enforcement of use permit conditions is based on complaint. And so having that guidance from the board would help us determine what that appropriate course of action is in a shorter time frame. But again, as Mr. Sutherland mentioned, this is a very voluminous board action. So if there are any establishments, I would ask that you just think about those, and we can help craft which ones of those you might want to pull so that we can get it correct. Because it sounds like maybe not all 20 establishments are of a concern, but if there are a few, we can help you identify where those are in the agenda.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the number of calls for service to me indicates clearly there are some establishments that have greater difficulties than others. I think just in the numbers, it's very clear, even comparing directly side-by-side neighbors, perhaps the difference in number of calls is notable. I'll pass along after. I have just one more question. Is attendance taken at the CLEG meetings, and is that a data point that could be provided to us during future use permit assessments?
Yes, data points are taken during attendance is taken during CLEG meetings before and after. I will admit, last week at the meeting, I got absent-minded, forgot to take the ending roll call. But I did note that some establishments hopped on during the call, and also I wanted to piggyback on the discussion about the thresholds. If we decide on a threshold, that may be something that we have to do internally. What I don't want to happen is we broadcast what the threshold is out to the community, and then somebody who has ill intention for a specific establishment calls to make that threshold happen. And then also, I would say, as we consider the thresholds, some may reach them faster than others, and the frequency those use permits have to come back to the board, and how we go through that process to bring that to you. That's something we should, I guess, collaborate on and work through that internally.
Other?
Do you want to add?
Yes, sir. Can you identify yourself first?
Yes, my name is Daryl Smith. I'm a zoning inspector for the Department of Zoning, and just to piggyback on what Aaron had mentioned about the from a zoning enforcement perspective, we are reactive, right? So the way that works is when we get a complaint for a particular use permit violation, we are told about it and we go to investigate. The caveat with zoning enforcement is we have to continuously observe the violation in order to substantiate the violation. So we send a courtesy notice out, and there's a period of time to respond and or correct that violation. Then a violation notice goes out, and then after that, there's if we still observe the violation going on, a monetary fine goes out or a ticket goes out. And so in order for us to continue to be enforcing it, we have to continuously observe it in order to send those infractions out, which is all of those actions are reactive. So, but like Cedric said, we're certainly willing to work with the board and with the community to kind of, see what that healthy middle ground is, because like you said, if there's some bad actors, then being reactive, isn't necessarily solving that problem. And we're certainly sensitive to that. But I just wanted to provide that further context from a zoning perspective, that because we're reactive, we have to continuously observe the infraction. Once we get the complaint, that's, it's alleged until we actually observe it ourselves. So just wanted to provide that context from an enforcement perspective in terms of zoning. Thank you.
I see Mrs. Cunningham.
Wait, I might need to mute somebody online. First of all, I just want to say a huge thank you to our community members and our business leaders. I was looking back, it's only been 11 months since we were enjoying each other's company, maybe 4 hours later than this, 3 hours later than this on a very long Tuesday night. So I appreciate your persistence and understand that many have been worn down by it, but there's 4 of you who are still showing up and helping, especially 3 of us who are still brand new to this, get oriented quickly, and all hope is not lost. We're gonna figure this out. So just wanted to thank you for that. And also, Mr. Lee, you were there that late evening as well, so thank you as well. I had a couple questions. One is on data, and I think I raised this during our pre-briefings. I wonder if we've had a chance to pull the data about number of unique calls rather than combined, to the point of I think it was Mr. Brodsky's slide showing that we often combine all the zoning calls. That's one question. And then the other is, we talked in the pre-brief about by establishment, how many calls of what type, and what's the rate of those calls per the population, per the customers? Were we able to pull any proxy of that for this round?
Yes, we've got calls for police service by address, and we do have authorized capacity by certificate of occupancy. Here's what I will say about police calls, and I'll use 3100 Clarendon as a great
It's a
example.
little imprecise, I get it, yeah.
One, it's a little imprecise because there are 3 establishments at that address. We don't have a suite A, a suite B, a suite C, et cetera. And one of the things I will point out is there are a number of officer-initiated calls that may happen at an address. So an officer may be there and interacting with someone in the public. Last time I was out a few weeks ago on the nightlife detail, 2 officers intervened in a verbal dispute between 2 individuals and created a call for service. That call for service attached to the address of the establishment. Doesn't necessarily mean that it happened at the establishment, it's just the sidewalk. So that is a caveat about the data that I will say. Now, again, we've done as best as we can with that, and have that to be able to provide for you.
Okay, great. Be interested in seeing that, and I think actually specific to the conversation we've heard the most about, which is the noise and live entertainment hours, doors open. Do we have the loud calls, the loud complaints by, it seems like those would be more likely to be precise, but
Yes.
not perfect.
I'm sharing my slides now. I have.
I will say, though, those sound complaints can be more precise. I have experienced myself, I think last weekend, walking around thinking, wow, X bar is really, really loud, and then walked further down the block and realized it was actually the beer garden, and was like, oh, that noise felt like it was coming from a very different location than it actually was.
Right. So up right now, what you can see on your screen is a breakdown of the calls for the establishments that we received, and a breakdown of non-noise related calls and noise related calls.
This is a 2-year period, by the way.
Thank you.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, it's over a 2-year period.
Got it. Yeah, I think just the loud noise side of that, in addition to the personal experience we've heard across the year and a bit I've been on the board, would lead us pretty quickly to the 2 to 4 that we should consider, whatever we want to call it, special treatment with more frequent touches. I think I have one last question before I'll give you the field back. recognizing we've had a lot of conversations and good conversations about enforcement and the challenges there, and particularly that zoning is, many of our enforcement actions, but particularly zoning is a reactive, complaint-driven process. We've heard again tonight about advertising that seems to suggest pretty clearly that there's an expectation of music being played for longer hours, and it seems like some of that might be able to be dealt with proactively if hip people who may or may not be on our board or on our staff are reading and notice that. Have we tried that?
As we are sitting here, I just sent a note around, one to my team in the public safety and two to zoning and code enforcement to visit this establishment that is within the CLEG and is advertising a party with a DJ, and to let them know that they're not in compliance with regulations, and we will have staff, and we have done that once if we know about them.
And I guess even a step further, rather than waiting for the 4 hours of community testimony that happens every year or 2 years, could we actually proactively scan the weekend ads or however people find out about these things today?
It would be Instagram.
Instagram.
And
Yeah,
TikTok.
that thing. No, but truly, like proactively have somebody who's in the know and who's looking, so that we know who is going to be on the board, but probably there are even more folks on staff and in the community who are able to do that. So that's not just our reaction and then to proactive, but truly proactive.
I would defer to Daryl Smith from Zoning Enforcement, but I will say there's been times where the community has sent us flyers and stuff, and we were able to send that as a complaint up to zoning, and they were able to go out and make that touch point, as well as police in the ARI program.
Okay. I think that would go a long way towards, future help. And then I did say that was the last one, but it wasn't. Do we have the people who are going to be spending that great budget for fiscal year 26 hired yet? And if not, how soon?
Well, the goal is to have them on board by July 1st. We have the position classified. I think it's been advertised. So the goal is by July 1st. If not, we'll have to add more overtime, but we're committed to going to a more frequent schedule because that's what we said in the budget.
Okay. And that, just to be clear, even though it's only been 2 days a month right now, 2 weekends a month. In 26, it's going to be more frequent than that.
Yes.
Every weekend, 3 days every weekend, right? Okay. Thank you.
It seems to be especially the loud noise complaints, it seems to be an issue of 4 to 5 establishments, right? So I remember times when we had to enforce with, very targeted ones. What makes it difficult this time? I remember previously, ARI, et cetera, we have been, and, to a degree, we have been successful to reduce the complaints. So why would you say we haven't been successful in the last last year?
I will say that there have been changes with staffing in the ARI program.
Only staff rotation.
Yeah. So that's one of the things. Hopefully, Aaron and Sergeant Riccio can speak to that. We'll be getting back going in the near future. Additionally, I know for one establishment there was a change in ownership, and through that change, there was some management that didn't understand the rules, and they started enhancing the service that they were providing through, as Aaron said, the education part of it. We were able to kind of reduce that. And so I think we're getting back on track, but unfortunately, it's been a long period of time. I know prior to the pandemic, we did see the frequency of the nature of these calls and stuff like that not be as a concern. It would stay on the consent agenda. There were very few issues raised, but since that time, it's probably been, for a period of time, there was a lot of quiet, and then the noise came back and people are attuned to it because they're in their homes more, and things of that sort. That can be a contributing factor, but there's also, there are establishments who seem to be more active in providing
more successful and have more
right.
customers. And can I ask you, what speaks against? So I understand why you propose to put it on a 2-year board review with a 1-year administrative review in the middle. What speaks against a shorter time frame for the administrative review?
Nothing that speaks against it. At the board's discretion, if you wish to provide their direct shorter review period, staff will do that and conduct those reviews appropriately.
If I could just elaborate on that, having the very short review times, it's a tremendous amount of coordinating work amongst the various agencies. And so I would just recommend whatever review period, think about giving us sufficient time to actually do the coordinated work in order to report out. So for example, if you asked us to do an administrative review in 2 months, I'm just telling you it's not going to be a very formative review because we don't have the time to collect that data. So the longer periods, that's why that cadence of every other year it's admin review, every other year from that it goes to the board. It gets us in the cycle and we can report on it correctly. So just too tight is a challenge.
Yeah, I was referring, the idea was more of a seasonal one because I understand that good weather, spring and summer and fall are, high intensity times, and then you review and then new cycle.
And seasonality is important to us. One of the changes that was made a couple years ago was to change the review to push it into May to try and get ahead of the summer season.
Correct.
Instead of when we used to do it, which was in November, was kind of at the end. So we were kind of picking up the end of that heavy period, and you're really doing your reviews even before Halloween. So again, seasonality, the cadence matters.
So right now, the review would be basically you would report in May 2026.
Correct.
Okay, understood.
And the data is collected months before that.
Months before.
Yes.
But they are based on the entirety of the year, right? So
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Ferranti.
So I'm trying to synthesize Manager Schwartz's comments with Mr. Schreiber and the motion, because the county manager's recommendation here does not strike me as providing the guidance that Mr. Schreiber mentioned, nor is it consistent with my instincts to be aligned with the county manager. And so, I guess I'd be curious as to what the manager, my instincts is to not have, it appears that there are a couple of 2 to 4 institutions that are not doing everything we want. And I also think that we might want to provide guidance to Mr. Schreiber's point that, if we have a number of violations that should lead to action, that would take a fair amount of work to put into ordinance, I believe. And so, I'm not sure that I want to try and put that into ordinance in the next 2 months. I don't think that's plausible. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the county manager's recommendation in this case because it seems at odds with what Mr. Schwartz has mentioned. Though I'm sure that I do believe Mr. Schreiber that, if we require data every 2 months, it's going to be exhausting and counterproductive. So I'm looking for a way forward that would accomplish all our stated goals And I hasten to add that, I do think that we've made progress. I understand why Ms. Small and Mr. Brodsky, because I was the glory of a number of Friday conference calls with them for 2 months or so. Understand why there's a lot of frustration, but I do think we've made some progress. I just need a motion to try and effectuate our goal of focusing on the problem institutions and, candidly looking to see whether we have actually hired the person and actually used, I think slide 8 said there was overtime in addition to the person that would help, that is incoming in the further overtime that is coming in the 26 budget. So how do we put this into a motion? I guess that's a question for either the manager or Mr. Or the deputy county manager.
I did want to add something. So rather than thinking that I'm suffering from schizophrenia, I want to explain why I made this recommendation. When we had the briefings and this item was briefed to me a month and a half ago, we had anticipated, and maybe I'm naive to think this, that the best way to go about doing this is to get voluntary cooperation from the owners unless we're willing to flat out pull the permit. And with the additional staffing coming on and the many examples of voluntary collaboration, I still thought a 2-year review cycle made sense. Now, that I'm not, and I can square my views with Mr. Schreiber's, which is that I think that it's absolutely appropriate for you to say, given all that, you do not believe that some of the owners here will be amenable to the voluntary give and take that we have tried. And so with that, I think moving to a 6-month cycle will make sense. And I think what Aaron is correctly saying is that it's just not easy to say, okay, we'll come back in 6 months. We have to come up with criteria. So we've done this before. Aaron's done it with Michow in the past. We've drafted a provision that says what it is we can do, and they can go in the back room and sort of come up with something if that's your direction to do. It's not that hard to do. And the other thing Mr. DeFerrani raised, which I wanted to confirm, which is that, as I said, if we don't have the permanent person on board, we will engage in overtime. That's not sustainable, but we'll get to the once every week, every weekend kind of coverage. But I know we have one of the applicants has their hand raised, and I'd be curious to hear what the individual has to say.
I see that, Mr. Spain, do you have something to comment? Before I let the applicant speak, since we have this hybrid model of deliberation.
Did they sign up and register?
No, you go first.
Okay. Honestly, first, I'm very appreciative, Mr. Chair, of you having this dialogue and allowing us to have that. And I also want staff to know that I'm also very appreciative. We are all appreciative of the conversations we've had heretofore. One thing I think that guides us a lot of times is nothing like hearing it real time, right? And people write things on paper. I think the chamber even presented a letter here to us. And all of that, just want you to know, we all read it, right? We all understand it. But what I can appreciate, and I know I've spoken with Ms. Coffey sparingly about this, is that we look at a lot of this under the public safety realm as well, right? This is a public safety issue. And I'm glad we're heading in, I think, a direction, whether it's 6, 8, whatever it may be. Perhaps for some of these folks, as we see these entities we see on the screen, this is quite alarming, all right? And that means that folks have not really adhere to rules and regulations that we've established. And again, as I said earlier, the question to the board, I think, is what are we going to do about it? And I think we're having that discussion right now. I know the vice chair wants to hear a motion or something. We haven't made any motions yet. So I'll turn it back over, Mr. Chair, and we can hear some
Thank you.
folks.
I have a difficulty with the owners of businesses who have raised their hand. They are the applicants. They had the opportunity to actually testify here. I'm very reluctant to allow for an exception to that. I have done it already, out of courtesy. I will give like 30 seconds to the gentleman from Buena Vida just to address that, since especially his establishment has the most violations for noise. But then I will stop.
Hello, people of the board. I'm very happy to explain a bit with Buena Vida. I'll be very brief. we took over this location from the prior ownership. We have been in communication both with zoning and other regulatory bodies for our restaurant. And since our ownership takeover of Buena Vida, we have done a significant amount to ensure compliance with all rules and regulations put upon us as part of the CLEG and other zoning requirements for our restaurant, including Virginia ABC. At this time, we do not do any live music. We've taken extensive care to make sure that we are good, happy neighbors for everyone who lives near us. We want to be good members of this community. As you know, this is a 2-year period. I'm well aware that we have the most noise complaints on this chart, but because of its being a 2-year period, a lot of those noise complaints fall outside our current ownership of Buena Vida. It is not our goal to be, like I said, bad community members for people who live in Clarendon. And I guarantee you on the next time this chart is produced, you will not see anything of the sort from our location.
Yes, thank you. I will stop. I don't think it's appropriate to receive more testimony from applicants. I mean, I don't know why we have this hybrid model, Mr. Clerk, today. I understand the specialty of the occasion.
I think they want an opportunity to respond to what they hear, so they may not have been able to provide anything until they've heard testimony about what's going on, and so that's maybe why they're responding now at this point in the proceedings.
Mr. Chair, I would support that. I think having a real community dialogue is here. It's not kind of new public comment. They are applicants here.
Yeah, and traditionally we allow applicants to discuss with us and we address questions to them.
I agree. This is why I made a couple of exceptions. So I see one more hand up. If you can, this is under SD. I don't know who this person is or what business this is with. Oh, yes.
I've got my hand up. I'm Andrew Darnell, the owner of Smokecraft Modern Barbecue. And just to quickly address that, thank you, board members, for letting us speak, because we were all directed as part of the CLEG meeting to show up tonight to this meeting for the first time in the last several years when this has traditionally been on the consent agenda. I sit here in a unique position where my name and my restaurant is not on this list, so I feel I can speak to some things without getting myself in trouble, where many others may be afraid to say something tonight. I just want to make a couple quick points and then let you, as you consider all these things you're talking about. First off, revocation of a live entertainment permit for many of these established will result in the closure of their businesses. I can tell you that flat out, that places on this list are primarily their business revolves around nightlife. If you revoke their license, the odds of them surviving without their ability to have live entertainment dissipates significantly. So owners should be taking this very seriously, but at the same time, any conversation about revocation for a period of time and so forth, you do put the establishment at risk. I also want to point out that the Virginia ABC hours of operation that we operate under vary from the county live entertainment license hours. VABC allows us to operate until 2 a.m., last call being 1:30 a.m., where areas around us like DC operate even later in the evening. Any reduction of those hours hurts our business models versus those for people going downtown versus staying in Northern Virginia. And I think one of the biggest things you're talking about is the difference over the last couple of years is there's been, since we lost Sam with the county board with ARI, there's been a lack of training from the county and a lack of involvement from the county. A major part of us getting all back on the same page was a couple years ago when we had more training going on from the county. By adding this person back in, I think you're going to see a lot of these complaints disappear, a lot more conversation happening between ownership and the county before it gets to board level meetings. And these issues and items can be addressed, where a lot of times we're having conversations that are one way with the county talking directly at us instead of with us, which is why it was important. And I appreciate you letting me raise my hand tonight. So, and at the same time, if there are establishments that, as I've said before in our CLAG meetings, if there are establishments that have specific problems, the county should be spending the time to focus with those establishments on getting them compliant, while there are many other establishments that shouldn't be tied in at the same level. I've made this argument before this board before in regards to ARI, that there are establishments here such as ourselves that operate completely differently than other establishments up the streets that are more nightclubs versus restaurants. So there should be some sort of distinction involved with it to keep us all together in the same group is always the challenge. So we all, as owners, want to be good parts and members of this community. Clarendon is built on entertainment. It always has been for many, many years. We all want to be great members of the community. Working together is how we solve these problems. But I think, when you're talking about the significant business impact, it does make it hard for some owners to come forth, which is why I wanted to say something tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any. So do we have a motion or an amendment to motion?
I think I would be okay to make a motion with an amendment in the works.
Give me just a moment. I can give you a thumbs up on it.
Okay. I think for me, it does really stick out that there are a small handful of actors who are unaligned with with the majority in this group with CLAG, and I do think it would be good for us to have additional conversations and an earlier review. And I lean towards 8 months in order to have 6 months of actual data, and then that gives staff time to prepare a report and do the analysis and community engagement necessary, and bring it to us with actually something to look at and to evaluate. I think I've learned in my rookie year, sometimes when we say 6 months, that means that they have to start writing the report 3 months into the 6 months, and so we don't really learn all that much from it. And so I think 8 months to me should give us some time to really collect that information. I think that there's an effort to put a motion together to that effect.
Ms. Coffey, this would modify point 3 of the motion of the county manager's recommendation for administrative review in 1 year. Instead, you're proposing 8 months. It just replaces.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to write the motion. Yeah. Oh, not 3. I said 3. Here is 3, but here it's...
So for clarification, if it's helpful, this severs Part A from Part B, gives it an 8-month county board review, severs parts H, K, and N. Likewise, gives them an 8-month county board review. All other items are per county manager's recommendation.
I just want to clarify, my ideal for the 8-month review is not for all 21 establishments, but for
That is correct. So that would be reflective of Part 5 for parts H, K, and N would receive an 8-month review. Part A would also receive an 8-month review. Part 2 keeps the 1-year review. And parts C through G, I through J, L through M, O through R, and T through U maintain.
Okay. And so to put in English what I am attempting to do here, and I will trust our clerk and attorney to make sure we are implementing this as I say it, is to bring out 4 of our establishments, Barbao, Don Tito's, Clarendon Ballroom, and Buena Vita. We'll understand that Buena Vita is under new management, and so hopefully this should be no problem at all going forward, to do an 8-month review and not change any of the use permit conditions at this time, but I will voice prior to the motion that my guidance and others I think can add would be at the conclusion of an 8-month review, I would like information on, I would like to know that these establishments have a 95% or higher completion of their tips and alcohol training for their staff, no ABC violations during the review period. Let's see, I moved something around. No zoning enforcement citations of the site plan or use permit condition violations. 100% attendance at CLEG meetings during the review period, and full payment of any fines or other fees owed to the county. So those would be the things that I would like to know in 8 months in order to make another decision on these specific use permits.
Can I just lift up that our restaurants have seasonality to them as well? And so that would land a handful of folks having a December review, or maybe could any of our applicants speak to whether that is sort of a showstopper business-wise? Like, is January better? Would October be better? I recognize we need space for staff, but I also want to make sure that our restaurants can be with us. Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Come on up to a microphone so everyone can hear.
To your point, December is a big business time for our establishments, and I think everybody within the CLEG group. So pushing it a little further out from December would allow us to, conduct one of our busiest months of the year without having to report to the board for the 8th month review. Obviously, we're not on the list of the restaurants, but just speaking on behalf, since you asked for an applicant, I know that our neighbor, Clarendon Ballroom, Don Tito's, everybody on our block is very busy during that time, so.
And October versus January, any strong opinions? Just not December.
For me,
and
I
not
would say
November.
January, just to kind of get through a little bit more and collect a little bit more data to Ms. Coffey's point.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
So a nine month?
I have no problem with 9.
Okay. In the Persian market.
In the Persian market, yeah.
But still, I mean, compliance is compliance. If you're compliant, you don't have to do any extra work. Just be compliant. That's all. That's all it takes. I mean,
I fully expect we're going to have some really great story. I think that we'll have some really good results, and that will be a time to celebrate. I would further, and maybe this is messing with your motion, I have something else to ask the manager to do, but it's outside of this motion probably.
There is no motion yet.
Oh, there's no motion yet.
Right, that's what I was going to say. I don't know if
No
there's a
motion has been
I'll
made
go
at
back
this
to the
time.
market then. There's just one up there.
The intent of the motion has been articulated,
Okay.
but no motion has been made.
I would like to find a reasonable way that staff might come back with very preliminary observations across the summer, so that whether that's, I know it's not August, I know someone's testing me, but in September or maybe October, just to come back with how's it going? Do we have the enforcement staff there? We don't need to drag the applicants through it, but just a little bit of a dip test, whatever would be reasonable-ish.
If you would have me back, I'd be glad to come give you that update.
I mean, the county board in its supervisory function can ask for this check-ins at any time. So there's no.
Yeah. Maybe if we could schedule it for a manager report in September.
Yeah, and if this may not be that far off, but we'd be willing to come back in September and also be joined by some of the business owners if they wanted to show up and just give a report on what their perception is, because there was some reference made, I think, to some staff changes on our end. So we welcome that feedback, because at times our guidance to the restaurants can be not as clear as we might like it to be. So we welcome that opportunity.
And might I further add that since we've had such delightful late Tuesday evening conversations twice, that we might make that a daytime or earlier conversation as a manager report. We'll work on that.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. DeFerranti.
I'm happy to support the 9-month if the motion moves towards that. I'm a little I don't think we need a motion with respect to September, but I fully support that idea. I'm a little unclear. I so liked the clarity of Miss Coffey's list that I think it falls into the head nod category, but I sure don't mind putting those in writing if those are things that, maybe the best way to say it is, they each sounded like enforceable things to me. And so maybe our attorney would suggest that we not put them in writing, but I think it's possible you were reading them from a list. I fully support that list, and I will take guidance from anyone as to leaving it out or just massive head nods from all of us on that piece.
I would just note that staff heard the list,
I
and
watched
we'll
them
do
write
that.
them down.
Yes, I'm hoping, I'm going to ask Cedric when we finish here, that list be circulated to all the applicants so they know.
That'd be good.
And board members,
Okay.
if you could.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments, Mr. Spain?
Oh,
No, it was a vestigial. Ms. Coffey.
I would like to make a motion then.
Amen.
Okay. So I move that 1, for Part A, adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report for this site plan amendment for approval of live entertainment with dancing and outdoor seating where applicable at Bar Bow, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions in this report, with a county board review in 9 months, which is January 2026. 2, for Part B, adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report for this site plan amendment for approval of live entertainment with dancing and outdoor seating where applicable at Lion Hall, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions in this report, with an administrative review in 1 year, May 2026, and a county board review in 2 years, May 2027. 3, discontinue the permission for the outdoor cafe at Bar Bow, item A of the staff report. For parts C through G, I through J, L through M, O through R, and T through U, renew the subject use permits for live entertainment with dancing, outdoor seating, and/or a kiosk where applicable, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions in this report, with an administrative review in 1 year, May 2026, and a county board review in 2 years, May 2027. For parts H, K, and N, renew the subject use permits for live entertainment with dancing, outdoor seating, and/or a kiosk where applicable, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions in this report, with a county board review in 9 months, January 2026. 6, discontinue the permission for an outdoor cafe at Northside Social, item F of the staff report. 7, for Part P, discontinue the subject use permit for an outdoor cafe at Nutty's, formerly Be Live. And 8, for Part S, discontinue the subject use permit for live entertainment and dancing at Chicken and Whiskey.
second.
It is moved and seconded by Mr. Spain. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I do have-
I hear
I'm
you.
sorry, I do have a question, and if it's, visual really helps me. Because of the end of Cedric's your presentation, Cedric, and because of what Ms. Coffey said, I want to just clarify, I think there's data to support the 4 institutions that were identified in the discussion that Ms. Coffey indicated, and Mr. Kushner, our clerk, tried to clarify that I think the motion effectuates the 4 institutions of Clarendon Ballroom, Bar Bow, Don Tito's, and Buena Vista being the subject of the 9-month review. I want to ask our attorney if that is the case, or someone to clarify. Okay, great, because we can draft without naming the institutions. We have the data, so I just wanted to confirm that. That was my only questions. I yield, and I'm sorry to ask.
So, Mr. Spain, I see your light.
Oh,
Mr. Joe?
well, I guess, I mean, the hour is late. I think we've talked extensively about this, and I really appreciate my colleague, Ms. Coffey, moving forward on this motion. And again, I just want to thank the businesses, and you know, we're here to support businesses. At the end of the day, this board is, and they need to know that right up front. But what I know and what I've heard is that there are serious concerns, and there's things that need to be addressed. And I think the board is taking a good measure forward to at least do just that. And again, I want to thank you, Ms. Coffey, for your leadership on this one. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Then I will call a vote. All in favor of the motion of Ms. Coffey, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti, how are you voting?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Well, we will continue with our scrutiny on that, as you can imagine. So, Mr. Kushner, are there other items to come before the board?
No further items.
Thank goodness. Thank you, everyone. Without objection, the May County Board meeting is adjourned.
Zero objection here. Oh, sorry.